6.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Going by plane, train, and car, I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. An estimated 73 million Americans hitting the road this Thanksgiving week. That's according to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Travelers also packing the airports.
Over the weekend, TSA screened about 2.5 million passengers each day. That number could top 3 million in the days ahead. The secretary says tomorrow will be the busiest for air travel with 52,000 flights. Later this week, the secretary noted that there are some storms expected in the Midwest, maybe along the East Coast.
Fox's Grady Trimble at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. A federal judge dismissing the criminal case against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. He posted on Instagram,
"I'm innocent, I am not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary. The gift from our founders that protects us from a would-be tyrant."
Critics of President Trump accusing the administration of targeting his political opponents. The judge ruled the interim Virginia prosecutor who brought the charges had been illegally appointed by the Justice Department. The Department of War says it's investigating former U.S. Navy captain and Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly after he was one of several Democrats who encouraged service members to refuse potentially illegal orders from President Trump.
The Department of War says in a statement they've received allegations of misconduct against Senator Mark Kelly, and they're determining whether to call him back to active duty for a court-martial. They don't reference the video he recently appeared in their statement, in which he says,
"Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders."
But the Pentagon says even retirees are prohibited from actions that interfere with the loyalty, morale, or good order and discipline of the armed forces. President Trump initially called the video seditious. While he'd said sedition could be punishable by death, he later wrote these lawmakers should be in jail. Kelly said on a Sunday talk show he will not be intimidated and that all they did was reiterate what is already the rule of law. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
America's listening to Fox News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
Yellow light!
I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Good afternoon, Seattle. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show here on AM 770 Seattle Red. It's Josh Hammer filling in for the great Jason Rantz. Always a pleasure to fill in for my friend Jason, who is enjoying a very well-deserved day off. My own show, The Josh Hammer Show, can be heard right here on Seattle Red 770 on Saturdays from 1 to 2 p.m., and then again from 6 to 7 p.m. And that's on Sundays, 8 to 9 a.m. as well. You can follow me on X at Josh_Hammer. Always a pleasure to fill in. I'm grateful to Jason and the entire team for the opportunity, as always. Without further ado, let's go ahead and find out what's trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show was brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Yes, let's get political indeed. So I was looking at the timestamp, and again, my own show does air here on the weekends on Seattle Red 770, for which I'm very grateful to Jason and the whole team. But I was looking at my calendar to try to figure out the last time that I filled in for Jason on the full show. And I think that was August. I think that was 3 months ago, almost to the day. It was late August, if my calendar is correct. A lot has happened since then. I think would be a major understatement. We're going to get certainly to some of the stories of the day. I want to talk about I want to talk about the Dearborn fracas last week and what it says about the debate over who we are as Americans, frankly, what it means to be an American. There's a column that I wrote about recently. I want to talk about the dismissal of the DOJ's current ongoing prosecutions, the indictments against both James Comey and Tish James. One of my other gigs, those of you who know my career, know my whole shtick, as you would say, closely. Those of you who follow me closely know that I'm a lawyer. And I'm also senior counsel at the Article 3 Project, and I have my eye very much on lawfare. So I want to talk about the judge's dismissal earlier today of the prosecution against Jim Comey and Tish James. I want to talk about some international news of the day. Donald Trump signed this executive order when it comes to the Muslim Brotherhood, foreign terrorist organizations, the country of Qatar. There's a major update when it comes to the peace process between Russia and Ukraine. There's a lot happening. And then a conversation with Brandon Tatum on the final hour of the program as well. But for now, to lead off the show here in the opening hour, I want to just give you my extended take on what has been happening on the political right since the last time that I filled in for Jason in late August. You see, the political right, the MAGA movement, had its world turned upside down on September 10th, 2025. What happened on September 10th, 2025? Well, Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It still feels so fresh and so raw in many ways that I sometimes want to just pinch myself. Is this really real? Did this actually happen? Am I going to wake up and this was actually just a nightmare? I kid you not. I am not exaggerating. That thought still happens to me sometimes. Charlie and I had grown closer over the course of his career. I had known him for a number of years now, but we got closer towards the end. In the final year and a half or so, we were in virtually daily contact with one another. And indeed, I spoke with him actually just the night before he was assassinated. It really turns out that when Charlie was alive, I'm not sure that people fully realized just how indispensable a role he played. As is often the case, it tragically takes the death of a man, or in this case, the assassination, the slaughter of a young man, husband of a beautiful wife, father of beautiful children. It took this horrific tragedy for the world to appreciate just what Charlie had been holding together. Because you see, the state of the American right now, the floodgates are open. The masks are off. No one is holding back anymore. There is grifting. There is fraud. There is all sorts of garbage, not all of which was being held up by Charlie Kirk and his organization, Turning Point USA, but a lot of it that was being held up and at a bare minimum was having its momentum stymied and stifled by Charlie, who really was, in some ways, even at the tender age of 31 years old, he was just shy of his 32nd birthday, he really had emerged as something of the grand poobah, if you will, of the MAGA coalition, of the conservative movement. The only other person who you might say is that would be Donald Trump himself, frankly. Maybe Vice President J.D. Vance, but really Charlie was the guy. He was the one holding it all together. Because you see, what has happened since then is you have seen a series of individuals increasingly just double and triple down on various ops that they had been peddling for a while, but they're doing now so in more vehement, vociferous, and unmitigated fashion. I'm talking here about folks like Charlie's own one-time colleague, Candace Owens, who has been off the reservation for some years now. Seems to me like she's clearly going through some personal issues, probably should seek psychological help. Frankly, the internet company there in Central Tennessee where she lives would do us all a huge favor by cutting off internet to her household. But this is someone who has been doubling and tripling down on conspiracy theories that even for her are just completely out there insane since Charlie's assassination, one of which involves me, by the way. Indeed, it was over a Jewish holiday, so I was offline. I'm a religious Jew. It was over a Jewish holiday that she had the temerity to accuse me of having had foreknowledge and therefore some level of complicity in Charlie's assassination. Because you see, the fact that I am a Jew and that I was close with Charlie complicates her narrative. That Charlie was turning on the Jews, was turning on Israel. And these are the foremost objects of Candace Owens' sick, twisted, iniquitous mind at this particular juncture. It's more than that, though. It's Tucker Carlson himself. Where to begin when it comes to Mr. Carlson? It really brings me no joy to beat up on Tucker like this. I was a long-time huge fan of his. I was a former guest on his Fox News show. Certainly, if memory serves, Jason was a frequent guest, if memory serves, on Tucker's old Fox News show. And I have very pleasant memories of interacting with Tucker in person and so forth. But even prior to Charlie's assassination, Tucker had been going down a terrible path for at least 2.5 years, since basically very shortly after Fox fired him, and especially since the Hamas pogrom of October 7, 2023, and the subsequent war in Gaza. But really, ever since Charlie's assassination, Tucker has just gone orders of magnitude more extreme. And the most clear and obvious way, the clearest, most obvious way to demonstrate that would be to talk about who else other than Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, and genuinely, you should be happy if you've never heard this name before. You really ought to be happy. He is a truly reprehensible, loathsome human being. He is a young neo-Nazi who self-describes as being on Team Hitler, who is not just a Holocaust-denying Jew hater. He is also a vile racist, a vile misogynist, talks about raping women. He's just a horrible, horrible person. I don't know how else to put it. Now, Fuentes has an audience. The size of the audience is debated, but it's some disgruntled younger males, I think would be one way of putting it. Now, Fuentes' brand of white identitarianism, white nationalism, ultra hyper-conspiratorial, Jew hatred, racism, misogyny, etc., was anathema to Charlie Kirk's own view of conservatism. Charlie Kirk's Christianity was the Christianity of the American founding. It was a Christianity that was steeped in not just the New Testament, but in the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament. And Charlie was an all men are created equal kind of guy. He was a Declaration of Independence, 14th Amendment, Civil Rights Act of 1964 kind of guy. He had no room, proverbially or literally, for white supremacists like Nick Fuentes. In fact, there are all these clips you can find over the years of Charlie Kirk personally not letting Nick Fuentes and his so-called Groyper crew into Turning Point USA conferences. Fuentes would host these counter conferences across the street. They were typically very poorly attended. There is literally no individual who caused Charlie Kirk and his now widow Erica Kirk more grief and vexation over the years than Nick Fuentes. He was his arch foe, his number one arch foe. We'll probably get into this with Brandon Tatum in the final hour of the program. But it's remarkable to me that Tucker Carlson, someone who flew to Arizona to try to memorialize his purported friend, Charlie Kirk, at Charlie's memorial there at the Arizona Cardinals NFL stadium, it's remarkable that Tucker had on Charlie's arch foe, the man that he worked so tirelessly to keep outside of the movement. Tucker had him on about a month and a half after Charlie's death as something of an ultimate middle finger to Charlie Kirk and his legacy, to Charlie Kirk and his organization, Turning Point USA, which had kept Fuentes out. It's even worse than that. You had this ridiculous video from the president of the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, who was otherwise a generally good man, if somewhat clueless, frankly, but a good man nonetheless, who found himself in the middle of a total firestorm for still somewhat unclear reasons, although I have my speculations. And even though Kevin Roberts of the nation's most important conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, really went all in to defend Tucker Carlson. Tucker has this amazing clip. He was a guest on another show a couple of days ago, talking about how Kevin Roberts caved and he's a coward. So this is how Tucker rewards his quote unquote friends. You see, Charlie was his friend, and Tucker honors his quote unquote friend by bringing on Charlie's arch foe, the man that Charlie hated with a passion more than anything. Charlie yelled at Dinesh D'Souza for even debating Nick Fuentes. He said, you're giving him a bigger platform. Charlie told me personally that I should tell Dinesh he messed up for debating Fuentes. He called him vermin. Charlie hated this guy that Tucker brought on. That's how Tucker honors his quote-unquote friend Charlie. And he's honoring his quote-unquote friend Kevin Roberts of Heritage by saying that he's a coward who egregiously messed up. What kind of friend is this? What kind of human being is this? There is this bizarre wing of the so-called movement. And I say so-called because I don't even know what they're part of, frankly. It's not obvious to me that these folks are even on the right in the first place. It's really not. When you look at the totality of what some of these folks say, the Candace Owen, Tucker Carlson wing, they're pro-Russia, they're pro-Iran, they're pro-Muslim Brotherhood. Tucker literally did an episode a few months ago talking about how Sharia law is not that bad. After all, look at all the beautiful buildings in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and Abu Dhabi, UAE. He had that ridiculous propagandistic video in Russia fawning over the supermarket shopping cart technology. It was right out of Bernie Sanders' 1970s Soviet propaganda playbook. And now he's bringing on a guy, Fuentes, who self-describes as being a fan not just of Hitler, but of Stalin. What? A guy, by the way, Fuentes, who also calls Vice President J.D. Vance another purported friend of Tucker Carlson. Purported. Fuentes calls J.D. Vance a fat race traitor. Yeah, a race traitor because he married his beautiful Indian-American wife, Usha Vance. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't make this up. Now, how much of this is a foreign operation? How much of this rising sentiment on parts of the quote-unquote right that are not just anti-Jewish, but are frankly anti-biblical, anti-American, anti-Western, that are pro-America's enemies, how much of this is actually a foreign op? Well, I think that a decent amount of it is. Not all of it for sure, but a decent amount of it. Yeah, Elon Musk actually really did the whole movement and frankly the whole world a favor by updating the setting on X over the past few days. So if you're not on X, maybe you missed it. But what Elon Musk did is he put in this new feature, probably years overdue to be honest with you, wherein you can actually click through and see the country where a certain account is based. So you see that a lot of these accounts that are just saying, oh, Israel controls the United States, the Jews, well, they're based in places like Pakistan or the Congo. So a lot of this is a foreign op. Not all of it is. There definitely is a rising sentiment at home. Part of the rising sentiment at home was actually coming from inside the elected official class as well. Namely from two congressmen that President Trump himself has turned on. Correctly, in my judgment. One of those would be Thomas Massie of Kentucky. The other would be soon-to-be former, praise be to God, soon-to-be former Congresswoman from Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who got on the wrong side of Donald Trump. Donald Trump calling her Marjorie Traitor Greene. They've been sparring bitterly. Marjorie Taylor Greene calling it quits over the weekend, saying that she's out. She's resigning come January 5th of this coming year. Well, I can't help but note that is only 2 days after her federal pension vests. The same Marjorie Taylor Greene who's gotten awfully and suspiciously rich over the course of her time in Congress from her security, her stock trading. So either she's the next Warren Buffett or there's something a little, shall we say, fishy there under the surface. Anyway, here is Marjorie Taylor Greene announcing her resignation from Congress. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026, and I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may God bless America.
Well, I don't look forward to seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene anytime soon, and I hope, frankly, that she retires and that she goes the heck away, because she is the embodiment of that which we do not need at this point on the right. Look, folks, it's basically this simple. The United States of America is indeed, as is often said, the last shining hope for Western civilization. If Western civilization is defined, as I define it, as the broader outgrowth of the biblical inheritance, as the shared inheritance of the biblical religions and all of the Bible, that would be Judaism and Christianity, then the United States is the indispensable nation. It is the nation that is most powerful and is most clearly founded on those biblical ideals. And still to this day, at least at an official level, if not necessarily always at a day-to-day cultural level, is shaped, undergirded, and generally inspired by those ideals as well. If the American right is not going to stand for those principles, if the American right is not going to be a force for those values, if the American right is not going to ultimately try to get America to be the best that it can be, to reach back to what it was and what it can once again be, then what is the American right doing? Because the left is not going to save this, guys. The left is not going to save this country. You know that. They want to burn it down. The Marxists that they are, they want to burn it down. Look at the Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots of 2020. That's what the left in charge, with all their revolutionary zeal and fervor, that's what it looks like. You want this country to last into the next century? You want America to prevail in our great power competition against the Chinese Communist Party? Then the right better get its act together. This faction, and what is this faction trying to do exactly? What? When you hear, sometimes they give the game away. You have to listen very carefully, but sometimes they do give it away. You see, during the now infamous Fuentes interview just under a month ago, Tucker Carlson said that there's no one in the world he hates more than Christian Zionists. So taking him at his word, he hates Christian Zionists more than, well, Jews for one, but also more than, well, let's see, than Trendy Aragua, the MS-13, than Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Islamism in general, Marxism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, if you understand correctly that the word Zionist literally just means you support a Jewish homeland, you support Jewish self-determination, which I would argue just means you've read your Bible. So what he's saying is that if you are a Christian, you believe that, then he hates you more than anything. Well, last I checked, based on that definition I just gave, Christian Zionists are at least a plurality, maybe even an outright majority, but at least a plurality of the contemporary Republican Party coalition of the contemporary conservative movement, definitely of MAGA. So if these folks hate them more than anyone, if these folks are actually rooting for Russia, Iran, etc., then it seems to me that they are rooting for, at minimum, the destruction of MAGA and to build something a lot more harrowing and dystopian in its place, an anti-biblical, neo-pagan, anti-Western, pro-Russia, pro-Iran, etc. edifice. And two, maybe at its worst, they're trying to not just destroy MAGA. Maybe they're even trying to undermine America. Maybe this is a fifth column. Seems to me like it's a fifth column from within. When you have so-called conservatives praising Hitler, Stalin, the Muslim Brotherhood, Sharia law, I mean, guys, what are we doing here? What in the world are we doing here? In order to conserve something, you by definition need limits. You need a delineation. Otherwise, you're trying to conserve everything, which is an oxymoron. It's a paradox. You can't do it. You have to choose what you're conserving. So the conservative, by definition, has to define, has to delineate, has to establish borders, has to clarify what exactly it is that he is seeking to uphold and preserve from one generation to the next in this unbroken intergenerational train and transmission that is the backbone, the spine of Western civilization. The hack faction, they ain't doing it. They're not doing it. They're rooting for the other team. Charlie Kirk would have said, are you on Team Civilization or are you not? I'm on Team Civilization. If you listen to this show, I suspect you're on Team Civilization too. These other folks are talking about, I don't think they're on Team Civilization. They're definitely not on Team MAGA. They're definitely not on Team Trump. But really, it seems to me like they're playing for the other side. I am offended by that. I am angered by that. And you should be too. It's frustrating, but you should be too. Josh Hammer filling in for the Jason Rantz Show. Jason enjoying a very well-deserved day off. This is Seattle Red 770.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options. and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
When I'm out and about in Seattle or anywhere, just because I like to go into the field.
Local news, opinion, original video content, behind-the-scenes access, and so much more.
A lot of Democrats have said nothing.
Tell your conservative friends about it. SeattleRed.com.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show on Seattle Red 770. Josh Hammer in the saddle for Jason. Always an honor to fill in for my esteemed friend who is enjoying a well-deserved day off. My own show, the Josh Hammer Show, can be heard right here on Seattle Red 770 every Saturday at 1 to 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and then again from 6 to 7 p.m. Also on Sundays from 8 to 9 a.m. The daily version of that show, incidentally, you can find available everywhere you find your podcast, as well as on YouTube, over at the YouTube page for Newsweek, where I work as senior editor at large. And Josh Hammer Show is actually a product of Newsweek, so you can find the video version over at Newsweek's YouTube channel. Follow me on X, Josh_Hammer. And then my book, which came out earlier this year, Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. A book that, the title is somewhat misleading. The book really talks more so about what I was talking about, this notion of the Western civilization as the outflow of the biblical inheritance. So if that is up your alley, and really the Thanksgiving time of the year, I mean, what a very timely message, if I don't say so myself. Again, Israel and Civilization is the name of the book. Well, speaking of civilization, speaking of these pro-Muslim Brotherhood, pro-Islamism, pro-Sharia law elements of the quote-unquote right, and again, I cannot emphasize strongly enough the scare quotes, the quote-unquote element there. There's nothing conservative in the slightest about extolling Sharia law, for goodness sake. But speaking of all that, this past week was kind of a crazy one when it comes to, I think, waking a lot of Americans up to the reality of just how embedded a lot of the Sharia supremacism and radical Islamist craziness really is here on the American home front. Last week, a couple of things happened. One is there was a protester and a counter-protest in Dearborn, Michigan. So a provocateur, and yes, that's fine, we can call him a provocateur. A provocateur goes Dearborn and tries to burn a Quran. Now, if you know a thing or two about Islam, you know a thing or two about the past 10, 15 years of history when it comes to the not always pleasant intersection of Islam and the West, you know that burning the Quran is something that Muslims oftentimes don't exactly take very nicely to. There was the Charlie Hebdo slaughter in Paris. That was not the burning of the Quran, but it was the making the Prophet Muhammad into a cartoon, that horrific slaughter in France. This is inherently a provocative act. I'm not necessarily defending someone who goes into Dearborn, Michigan, which is an Arab majority suburb. I'm not necessarily going to extol someone who does this, because you know exactly what you're doing and you know exactly what reaction you're trying to elicit. So I'm not going to praise the act. But nonetheless, the counter-protest, mostly Muslims themselves, surges, and they start chanting a lot of interesting things. Among them, Allahu Akbar, which is literally what jihadists say before they're about to kill you. There are other clips from Dearborn from the past few months showing other protesters there saying things like "death to America" An intrepid Fox News cameraman reporter actually found Rashida Tlaib, the wildly pro-Islamism, anti-America congresswoman from right there in the Detroit suburbs. They found her in the hallway of Congress and asked her to condemn her constituents shouting death to America, and she refused to condemn them. The mayor of Dearborn, incidentally, who is a Lebanese American, because again, this is a very, 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 very Arab city. It's such an Arab city they actually briefly put Arabic language on the police force patch before a public outcry led to them rescinding that. The mayor's name is Abdullah Hamoud. There's this amazing video of the Mayor Hamoud, excoriating, yelling at a concerned citizen, not a Muslim, but a Christian minister, who comes to the mayor to object to the fact that Dearborn, Michigan was about to name a street sign over this dead Hezbollah jihadi. So the Christian minister objects, and then the mayor says, "You're an Islamophobe. You're not welcome here." Unbelievable. At the same time, a new scandal broke out in Minnesota last week. Stop me if you've heard this one before. A scandal in Minnesota involving who? Oh, yeah, you guessed it, the Somali community. The same community there that has been at the center of numerous high-profile frauds, including a massive, massive fraud during the COVID paycheck disbursement era back during the tail end of the Trump era into the early Biden era. According to what I've seen on social media with citations to publicly accessible finance sources, the Somali community in Minnesota has been responsible for somewhere between $300 and $500. Gosh, I can't remember if it's million or $1 billion, but a shockingly high percentage of fraud. A shockingly high percentage of fraud. I think it's 300 million. 300 billion just seems too astronomical. And the latest report that came out from this past week, courtesy of Washington State's own Chris Rufo, one of the most indispensable conservative activists in the country and a good man. Chris Rufo and his co-author going to City Journal, the publication of the Manhattan Institute, to highlight that there are so many Somalis sending tax remittances back to Somalia, and the money in Somalia is getting sent back to Al-Shabaab, that the Minnesota taxpayers become unwittingly and inadvertently, perhaps, the number one subsidizer of Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab was formed as an Al-Qaeda offshoot. It is literally a radical Islamic terrorist organization, and the Minnesota taxpayer is on the hook for it. Astounding stuff. This is a question, going back to Charlie Kirk, we were just talking about a little bit in the opening segment. This is a topic that Charlie Kirk was thinking a lot about in the final years of his life. Final year, really, of his life. Was his notion as to what is an American? Are the Somalis, even if they have legal status in Minneapolis, are they American while they're sending money back to Al-Shabaab? Are the folks in Dearborn, Michigan, are they really American in a meaningful sense, even while they're naming street signs after Hezbollah martyrs? Even while they're chanting Allahu Akbar and death to America in the streets? Are those Americans? Perhaps more provocatively, is Zohran Mamdani an American? I mean, literally he is. He acquired citizenship in 2018, pretty recently. But is he actually an American? And herein lies the rub. There are competing conceptions of what it means to be an American. There is the technical legalistic definition. There is a definition that you are an American if you were born in this country or you've been naturalized into citizenship in this country. That definition, frankly, only goes so far. It is unedifying and it is wildly insufficient to the task at hand. The passport that you have can tell you which government recognizes on paper, but it doesn't tell us anything about what actually holds the nation together. And what holds the nation together is not just getting a green card. there was a notion of cultural Americanism that transcends being a technical, legal American. To be an Americanist, to subscribe to Americanism, is to believe in the superiority of the American way of life, of America's inherited customs, folkways, laws, principles, ideals, mannerisms, customs, and general way of being, living, and existing on a day-to-day basis. It is to understand that this country was not founded in a vacuum. It was founded by specific men at a specific time. And that there is something thicker that is holding this country together. John Jay in the Federalist number 2, the Federalist Papers, recall, were written on behalf of the ratification of the Constitution in the very early days of the Republic. He writes about this in Federalist number 2, talking about how Americans were born out of the same crucible. They didn't just fight the revolution, but they came from a similar background. They had similar religious values, spoke the same language. There was something genuinely that held them in common. And perhaps above all, what I think that entails in the United States, and I say this as an observant Jew, by the way, is subscribing to a broader Protestant ethos, a broader Protestant work ethic, as among other things, not just the work ethic. But there really is a slightly thicker Protestant-centric conception of Americanism. I'm not saying you have to be Protestant, obviously. Again, I'm a religious Jew, whether you're Jewish, Mormon, Catholic, whatever. But there's a certain kind of public cultural Protestantism that I think really does get at this notion of Americanism. We're talking here about individual responsibility, industriousness, that's that work ethic, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps while having a just healthy enough respect for authority without going too far, also being able and willing to question authority when authority oversteps. Respect for the rule of law, the dignity of conscience, the moral limits of liberty, rightly understood. These are the things I associate with Americanism. And indeed, that form of Protestantism that I think inspired the American founding, something that would be quite foreign, frankly, to someone like Tucker Carlson today, was a form of Christianity that was heavily, heavily rooted in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament. I don't have to prove this proposition to you. You literally just have to go to Philadelphia. Tell me what's written on the Liberty Bell. It's Leviticus chapter 25, verse 10. Thou shalt proclaim liberty throughout the land and to all the inhabitants thereof. I could do that for hours, but I'll leave you just with that for now to make that point. That all then takes us back to Dearborn, the Somali community in Minnesota, plenty of other non-Islamic communities, frankly, where you have second and third generation immigrants from Latin American backgrounds that are not speaking English at home but are speaking Spanish. Is immigration working today? Like, literally, is it working? Well, it seems to me that the answer is no. There was a poll of American Muslims taken in less than 3 weeks after October 7, 2023, after the Hamas massacre. This poll of American Muslims, literally before the tanks from the IDF started rolling into Gaza in those first few weeks, the poll said that 57.5% of American Muslims believed that the atrocities were at least somewhat justified. My God. Support for Hamas or Hezbollah is incompatible with Americanism. Not making any effort whatsoever to learn the English language, not making any effort whatsoever to steep yourself in the various customs and traditions of this nation, to learn the civics, to learn the branch of government, the president, and so forth. That's incompatible with Americanism too. So what is an American? Well, it's someone who holds citizenship under our law, sure, but it's also someone who adopts, respects, and participates in the civic, religiously imbued, dominant culture that founded and still sustains this great republic. And yes, it does require a conscientious assimilation into a framework. That alone is what makes ordered liberty possible. There's no America without that. We have forgotten that for so long. And we forget it further at our grave peril. Dearborn, Michigan, and Minneapolis are just the latest examples of this. Josh Hammer filling in for the great Jason Rantz. This is Seattle Red 770.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So don't putz around. Hurry into Leathers' tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is a test of your emergency alert system.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer in the saddle for Jason to kick off this Thanksgiving week. Jason enjoying a well-deserved day off. Always a pleasure to fill in for Jason on Seattle Red 770. My own show, The Josh Hammer Show, can be heard on the weekends here on Seattle Red 770. It's every Saturday afternoon at 1 to 2 p.m. and then again at 6 to 7 p.m. Also on Sundays from 8 to 9 a.m. The daily version of the show available everywhere you get your podcasts, as well as over on YouTube at Newsweek's own YouTube page. We will get to more news of the day on both the domestic and the international front at the top of the next hour. But for now, I want to talk a little bit about the week that is this week. That's Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving. I think Thanksgiving is the number one quintessential holiday. I can't think of what else it would be. The 4th of July is the only one that comes to mind, right? But while every country has their version of Independence Day, I mean, again, like, look, I'm an American supremacist. I think that America does basically everything better. So I think that 4th of July is better than whatever the Canadians and Mexicans call their Independence Day and whatnot there. What is it? In Mexico, is it Dia del Muerte, the Day of the Dead, or was that different? I don't really know. Cinco de Mayo, it doesn't matter. We definitely do our Independence Day and whatnot better. But other countries don't really have Thanksgiving. The notion of Thanksgiving is a very, very American phenomenon. The origins of it indeed do go back to the sailing of the Mayflower. So the Mayflower emigrates to Plymouth Colony in colonial Massachusetts, and that's where it lands in the year 1620. The Pilgrims having fled religious oppression back in England. And they kind of hammer home this point that I've been making at times throughout this first hour. It's an amazing story. So William Bradford, who sailed on the Mayflower, he goes on to serve as governor of Plymouth Colony for about 30 years. He's one of the leaders of the Pilgrims there in Massachusetts. He actually spoke about 1,000 words of Hebrew because he himself was actually a student of a well-known English Hebraist, kind of an outdated term. It refers to a scholar of the Hebrew culture, the language, the scripture, etc. So he was a student of this well-known English Christian Hebraist named Sir Henry Ainsworth. So William Bradford in the Mayflower spoke about 1,000 words of Hebrew. They actually talked about on the Mayflower possibly ditching the English language and then just speaking Hebrew when they arrived in America to try to effectuate this clean break from the England whence they came. And they did this because they viewed themselves on the Mayflower as their version of new Israelites crossing their version of the Red Sea. For them, it was, of course, the Atlantic Ocean. Now, it didn't happen. But interestingly, when Bradford then lands at Plymouth Colony and he famously bows down, he prostrates himself to express gratitude before the Creator, that is God Almighty, there are some historians who think that he was actually imitating a somewhat obscure Jewish prayer that we refer to as Birkat HaGomel. It is a prayer of thanksgiving, which also involves successfully achieving an overseas voyage. That's the key hook there. Anyway, all that to say that there are some historians who think that this notion of a modern-day Thanksgiving actually comes from this somewhat obscure Jewish prayer. But just another thing about the ecumenical biblical foundations of American society and just how this crazy Tucker, Candace Fuentes stuff is just so garbage and so utterly wrong at this time. But there really is nothing more quintessentially American about Thanksgiving. George Washington proclaiming Thanksgiving on October 3rd, 1789. Really one of the earliest major things he did upon being president of the United States. Here's how he began his Thanksgiving proclamation, which he signed in New York City. He wrote, quote, "Whereas it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly to implore his protection and favor. And whereas both houses of Congress have by their joint committee requested me to recommend to the people of the United States a day of public thanksgiving and prayer to be observed by acknowledging with grateful hearts the many signal favors of Almighty God, especially by affording them an opportunity peaceably to establish a form of government for their safety and happiness." So it's the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God. That is what George Washington is saying that our Thanksgiving holiday is about. You should be thankful for a lot of things in life. You should be thankful for your friends, your family, your health, your livelihood, Water, food, shelter, clothing, all of that. But really, above all, above even the country itself, be thankful for God. That we have a loving, omnipotent being, the creator of the universe, who is indeed in control. In many ways, this notion of gratitude is the defining ideal of what it means to be a conservative, isn't it? If you are a conservative, then you believe in the intergenerational chain of transmission from one generation to the next in this unbroken chain. And what that means is that you have to be grateful and appreciative of whence you came. Only by being grateful for where you came from can you have confidence and faith in where you intend to steer us next. So gratitude really is our defining ideal. It is what makes us conservatives, and in many ways is what makes us America. It's really too easy, I think, in today's fast-paced, hyper-partisan environment to lose sight of what we have to be grateful for. Heck, I'm guilty of it myself. Our 24/7 clickbait news cycle. We all tend to focus on what's wrong out there. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot to be upset about. As humans, we have a natural tendency to dwell on others' faults and not their positive traits. We look for what's worst in human beings, not what's best. We complain about that which we do not have, rather than focusing on what we do have. This week, you don't have to do that. It's a good time to change that focus. Take stock of all that we have been blessed with. Take stock of all that you have in your life, of all that we have by virtue of being citizens of the greatest country on earth. And yes, our divisions are high. Yes, there's a lot of wrong-headed thinking. Indeed, there's a lot of outright evil in our midst. But there is so much that we have to be grateful for. George Washington had it right, folks, in 1789. And his wisdom and guidance still has it right today. So enjoy your Detroit Lions, enjoy your Dallas Cowboys, enjoy your beer, enjoy your family, enjoy your turkey leg, enjoy your this and your that. But really enjoy being members of this country, citizens of this country. Enjoy God himself. I wish you all a early but a very happy indeed Thanksgiving.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Is your home ready for winter? Lake Atitlan Insulation helps homeowners across Puget Sound stay warm and save big with expert insulation that keeps comfort in and energy bills down. And right now you may qualify for generous energy rebates through Puget Sound Energy, making upgrades more affordable than ever. Local, trusted, efficient. Visit lakeatitlaninsulation.com and schedule your free estimate today. Or call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
This year, make comfort the first gift during the Black Friday sale at Home Comfort Alliance. Through December 1st, call to get savings up to 75% off furnaces, air conditioners, backup generators, EV chargers, water heaters, and more. If your system's over 12 years old, upgrade now before it breaks and save. And remember to schedule your consultation before December 1st and save up to 75% and take 18 months to pay off 0% financing OAC. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Indictments against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, finding they were illegitimate because they were bought by an unqualified U.S. attorney. Comey, responding on social media, says the case is a message to the American people and to President Trump.
This case mattered to me personally, obviously, but it matters most because a message has to be sent that the President of the United States cannot use the Department of Justice to target his political enemies.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Department of Justice will appeal that decision. The Pentagon says they're investigating Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly for possible breaches of military law after he joined 5 other lawmakers in a video calling for U.S. troops to refuse unlawful orders. The Pentagon statement cited a federal law that allows retired service members to be recalled to active duty on orders of the Defense Secretary for possible court-martial. 82 million Americans expected to travel over the Thanksgiving holiday, and AAA's warning travelers about congestions at both the airports and on the roads. Fox Business Network's Grady Trimbles at Newark International Airport in New Jersey.
The agency says it screened at least 2.5 million passengers every single day over the weekend, and that number could top 3 million in the days ahead. We're looking at just under 3,000 delays and around 200 cancellations so far today. That, of course, is a huge improvement from those FAA-mandated flight cancellations during the government shutdown, but still some pretty significant disruptions, especially if the flight you're on is one of those that's been delayed or canceled. As far as air traffic control staffing goes, it pretty much bounced back as soon as the government shutdown ended. But this week is really the first test for air travel since that shutdown and since the government reopened.
And the busiest travel times are expected to be November 30th from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. and December 1st from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. America's listening to Fox News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer in the saddle for Jason Rantz. This is Seattle Red 770. Always a delight to fill in for Jason, who's enjoying a well-deserved day off. My own show, the Josh Hammer Show, can be heard every Saturday afternoon right here on Seattle Red 770, 1 to 2 p.m. in the afternoon, as well as 6 to 7 p.m., and then as well on Sunday mornings from 8 to 9 a.m. as well. You can follow me on X, Josh_Hammer, but for now, I was with you for the first hour. I'm with you for this hour, and with for the next hour as well. So a lot more programs still to come. We got a great rest of the show for you. Let's go ahead and find out what's trending.
What's trending? Legal.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by the Sunset Auto family. So I mentioned at the outset of the show, and again, those of you who follow me closely, you may know this. I am a lawyer by background, so that's just the nature of my professional training. I went to the University of Chicago for law school. I worked at a major law firm, Kirkland Ellis. I clerked on the Federal Court of Appeals, U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. I've spoken at most of the top law schools in the country, Harvard, Yale, et cetera. And the law is just a kind of thing that, even though I don't really necessarily practice it day to day anymore, I still am senior counsel at the Article 3 project. It's just not something that I do day to day necessarily for the most part, but it's certainly very much a part of who I am and how I think about politics, how I think about life in general. So I do like to talk about the law. And today there was a setback. There was a setback for the Trump DOJ. You had a judge. You had a magistrate judge who ultimately went ahead and dismissed 2 indictments from this DOJ, United States of America versus Tish James, and United States of America versus Jim Comey. They said that they were doing this because that the acting U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, was invalid. That is the purported rationale. And excuse me, the motion the other day in the Comey case by a magistrate, the actual ruling today was technically from an Article 3 judge. It was from an actual federal judge by the name of Cameron McGowan Curry. She's a Clinton judge, actually. So a Democrat to her core, Judge Curry. Now, it's technically a procedural argument, and they did toss the case in to use some legal lingo without prejudice, which leaves open the possibility that the cases against Comey or Tish James can be brought again, alleging the same conduct with someone who is legally suited under the court's own rulings to do so. I object to the notion that Lindsay Halligan, the acting U.S. attorney, has been illegally appointed, for what it's worth. But more importantly, to kind of talk about the actual substance here, Comey is being prosecuted for lying to Congress. He's being prosecuted for lying to Congress as part of Russiagate, of Operation Crossfire Hurricane, one of the greatest scandals, frankly, in American history. And he did lie. If you look back at what he said to Congress in 2021, he lied about the role played by the infamous intelligence community assessment that laundered the Steele dossier, the P tapes, all that ridiculous compromise, that Clinton campaign, lies and scandal. Comey lied about the role that played in justifying the spying on the Trump campaign. And all of this ultimately led to the Mueller probe, and it was all downhill from there. Tish James, for what it's worth, there is a lot of evidence. I would say it's overwhelming evidence that she lied on her mortgage application and committed bank fraud because she listed multiple places as her principal place of residence for purposes of getting better interest rates. You can't do that. You absolutely cannot do that. Or actually, I think that was Lisa Cook, the Federal Reserve Governor, who did that when it comes to Michigan and Georgia. Tish James, though, had a similar situation where it seemed like she was pretty clearly committing bank fraud as well. So this Clinton judge comes in and tosses both of the indictments earlier today. We'll see what happens here. I think the DOJ is going to appeal. I mean, they're definitely going to appeal, right? It's a question as to what exactly that procedurally looks like when it comes to the acting U.S. attorney, Lindsay Halligan. Now, it's basically I don't get too deep in the weeds here because it can take us a little too far off course. But long story short, the legal argument, the judge is saying that the power to appoint the acting U.S. attorney lies with the judges of the district court. However, it seems to me that there are multiple ways to skin this particular cat. The plain reading of the relevant law in question shows to me that there is concurrent authority, there's joint authority between the district court in question and the attorney general to appoint the acting U.S. attorney. And frankly, even if the statute is somewhat ambiguous, which I don't think it is, there's a well-known rule of construction that judges are supposed to employ when it comes to interpreting statutes called the constitutional avoidance doctrine, which basically says that you don't read a statute to create a constitutional problem if you can avoid it. And what that means here is that what the judge should have done is the judge should not have read the statute to vest the exclusive appointment authority in the district court. It should have read it so for there to be some authority to appoint the U.S. attorney in the attorney general, as many previous DOJs have done as well, by the way. So this is kind of garbage, and the DOJ is going to appeal. But it just shows you just how deep the rot is, doesn't it? Comey, I genuinely believe, based on my reading of the transcript, has clearly committed perjury. A lot of folks say, Josh, what kind of justice might we get when it comes to Russiagate? Well, look, I don't want to get your hopes up, to be honest with you. I really don't. I'm not telling you that it's going to be an indictment to Barack Obama or anything like that. There's not. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. But a Comey indictment, if you get it past this current judge here in Eastern District of Virginia and her idiosyncratic requirements when it comes to how U.S. attorneys operate, that could absolutely happen. That is not false hope. That absolutely could happen. It depends on the jury, of course, a lot of details, but it's possible. It's absolutely possible. So we'll see what happens there. But for now, that is something that I am paying very close attention to, and I think you should too, because this is not retribution. This is justice. Jim Comey perjured himself. Definitely Lisa Cook, the Federal Reserve Board of Governors governor, but seemingly also, it seems to me, Tish James have committed mortgage fraud, possibly even Adam Schiff. This is justice, folks. This is not eye for an eye. This is not any kind of that stuff. This is justice. Anyway, that's on the legal front. A lot happening overseas as well. Let's go ahead and find out what's trending over there as well.
What's trending? International.
So there's a lot happening on the international front as well. The New York Post had an interesting story drop over the weekend. Now, for those of us who pay close attention to such matters, this wasn't exactly new news. But the New York Post had a story published on Friday evening on the East Coast, early Friday evening, talking about how Qatar, the extraordinarily wealthy and extraordinarily Islamist-friendly emir, the emirate there in the Gulf, in the Arab Gulf, Qatar has been pumping billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars into American higher education. Qatar is the number one funder of American higher education since 9/11. Now, again, if you pay attention to such matters closely, this is not going to be new news for you necessarily. But for whatever reason, this story started to really generate a lot of attention and really kind of make the rounds. And there's been this ongoing in the background tension when it comes to the country of Qatar. But I think it's worth first explaining what the country of Qatar is. The country of Qatar is a tiny country that is disproportionately important when it comes to the geopolitical chessboard and the world stage more generally. It's one of the most extravagantly wealthy countries in the world because they happen to sit in one of the world's largest natural gas fields. They are infamous for their duplicity and for playing both sides. This is what the Qataris do. So on the one hand, they host Al Udeid Air Base, which is the largest American military base in the entire Middle East. They hosted there, just about a 15-minute drive outside the capital of Doha. Indeed, they encouraged the United States to launch counter-terrorist operations, at least some of them, from Al Udeid Air Base. For instance, the operation that assassinated Qasem Soleimani back in the year 2020 was launched from Al Udeid Air Base. They also invest mightily when it comes to D.C. lobbyists, when it comes to throwing their money around all sorts of corridors of power in general. We already mentioned the American higher education establishment. And on it goes. They invest all sorts of soft power. That's why they were interested in hosting the World Cup in 2022. They host the Formula One Grand Prix. Actually, this coming up Formula One Grand Prix. It's coming weekend. I'm actually a big F1 fan. I follow closely. So that race will be in Qatar. That's what they use all this soft power, try to leave a favorable impression in the minds of impressionable Westerners. While on the other hand, they are Islamists. The Muslim Brotherhood itself, which is the mother's milk of Sunni Islamism in this world. The Muslim Brotherhood was founded about a century ago in Egypt. It is the ideological underpinning of Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Al-Shabaab, Al-Nusra Front, Boko Haram, all these various Sunni Islamist movements, all undergirded by the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is spiritually and financially based in Qatar. Al Jazeera, which is the propaganda network for the Muslim Brotherhood, operates out of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Hamas itself, which is the Palestinian Arab offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, their top officials, infamously, do not live in the hellhole that is Gaza. They live in shiny 5-star hotels and condos in Doha. There have been all sorts of connections between Qatari banks, intermediaries, funding Al-Qaeda, ISIS. They talk the talk of being a Western nation, and unfortunately, consecutive administrations have bought into this. Biden administration famously designating Qatar a major non-NATO ally, the highest designation that you can give to a non-NATO country. The Trump administration, ludicrously, insanely, signing an executive order to give Qatar a NATO Article 5 style security guarantee, effectively saying that an attack on Qatar shall be treated as an attack on the United States. Yes, Trump really did sign that a few months ago. Pretty crazy, if you ask me. Now, all of that is to say that Qatar is a home of the Muslim Brotherhood. So the New York Post writes this story over the weekend talking about Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood. And then yesterday morning on Sunday, Donald Trump's doing an interview with John Solomon of Just the News. And Donald Trump tells John Solomon that he intends to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization. This is something that many of us have been calling for a very, very long time. I have called for this more times than I can count. Most recently, I did so just in August, after Secretary of State Marco Rubio went on a New York City radio program to say that he had already begun the process of starting to list Muslim Brotherhood entities as U.S. State Department recognized foreign terrorist organizations. You see, the Brotherhood is the international umbrella. They have individual franchises, so to speak, in specific countries. So Hamas is probably the most well-known one. Hamas is just the Palestinian Arab offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. Fine group of people. The Brotherhood, huh? Hamas, incidentally, has been designated a U.S. recognized foreign terrorist organization since 1997, which raises the obvious question. If Hamas is a State Department recognized foreign terrorist organization, why the heck are the other chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood not? And even more to the point, why has the U.S. not done this when many other Arab countries have actually done this too? So the UAE, for instance, the United Arab Emirates, the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization. By the way, so is CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, which was founded in America as a Hamas front group. CARE is a terrorist organization in the UAE. I saw this amazing clip on social media. I can't remember exactly when it was from. It was from, I don't know, the past year and a half, 2 years. It was since October 7th. There's this clip of some Muslims, I believe it was in Mecca, in the holy city in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is another very anti-Muslim country. The Brotherhood, also a terrorist organization in contemporary Saudi Arabia under the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And there's this amazing video in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, of some Muslim provocateurs flying the PLO flag, the Palestine Liberation Organization flag, therefore espousing, giving support to Hamas. And like within seconds, they're arrested and like tackled, and the flag is taken away. So these non-Islamist Arab countries, especially these Gulf monarchies, have no tolerance for this whatsoever because they know that the Muslim Brotherhood is bad news. It means jihadism, it means Islamism, it means Sharia supremacism. And it does not mean the monarchies and does not mean the more moderate Islam that some other folks like Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia are pushing. So it turns out that the Trump administration actually followed through on this, and just about 2 hours ago, so just this afternoon, Donald Trump did sign an executive order that it appears that, well, it's actually, again, the reporting is kind of just coming in this so fresh. It's not clear that he's actually signed an executive order or if he's begun the process, but whether it's signing it or talking about it, the presidential order that was begun today, and if I'm reading this carefully, it does look like it actually was signed. The presidential order focuses on just the Muslim Brotherhood offshoots in Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt. That's fine insofar as it goes. It's actually a good thing. Here's the issue. The issue is that the Muslim Brotherhood is already illegal in those countries. So you're not necessarily doing a whole lot there. The more interesting test for the administration is, are you willing to declare the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization when it comes to the countries where the Brotherhood is not already banned? When it comes to things like Qatar and Turkey? That is a more interesting question. It appears the answer thus far is no. The answer should be yes. It shouldn't be that hard either. Qatar is not our friend. The Muslim Brotherhood is not our friend. Radical Islam in general is not our friend. An entire generation or more of Americans now has come of age, has been born and come of age in the post-9/11 era. When I speak on college campuses, sometimes I am just astounded. I'm reminded that today's youngsters, I'm not that old, I'm 36 years old, but today's youngsters, 18, 19, 20, they weren't even born when 9/11 happened. There's no institutional or generational collective memory of radical Islam and that which it has reaped on this soil. So this sort of stuff should have been no-brainer, done a long time ago. The issue is that Qatar has just really, really bought its way into the corridors of power in this administration when it comes to people like Steve Witkoff, when it comes to the Trump organization itself. There are just far, far, far too many folks who are getting way, way, way too cozy with this deeply, deeply problematic geopolitical actor that is Qatar. I don't like it one bit, and I hope that it ends sometime soon. One other bit of information coming across the international transit that we should talk about. And leaving the whole Middle East debate for a second there, we're talking here now about Eastern Europe. So the White House has this new 28-point plan when it comes to peace, proposed peace more accurately, between Russia and Ukraine. Now, that's a lot of points. But ultimately, this is how diplomacy works, right? There are two ways to end a war. Through overwhelming victory, that's World War II style way to end a war. Or the much more common way to end a war is through some sort of compromise. That's typically the answer. There's been very few, if any, examples of the West genuinely winning a war World War II style since World War II. So that's how it's going to happen here. There's going to have to be a compromise. Now, the vague outlines of the 28-point plan are as follows. It looks like Ukraine's going to have to give up some territory that Russia has effectively taken over in eastern Ukraine, in the Donbass region there, and in the Crimean Peninsula. I've been saying this is going to happen for 2 to 2.5 years now. The notion that Ukraine's going to get all of their integrity back, I'm sorry to say it, is just fanciful. There is no realistic path towards that happening. It's a non-negotiable item, frankly. The more interesting thing is the possibility of another NATO Article 5-style security guarantee for Ukraine. Trump seems to be throwing these around a little willy-nilly. Seems like Saudi Arabia might get one as well after the Crown Prince visited last week. But for Ukraine, it seems like this also might be time limited to just 10 years. If that is the case, then I think I can get behind it. If it is in perpetuity, if it is a permanent NATO Article 5 security guarantee for Ukraine, I think that is problematic. I think that there are going to be a lot of folks in Trump's base, myself included, who are probably going to have an objection to that. So the devil is in the details always in these sort of things, and there's a lot of details left to be discovered. But I'm keeping my eye on that, and you should probably keep your eye on that too, because there's a lot that could go wrong there. But for now, give credit to the Trump administration for trying to do the right thing when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. Josh Hammer filling in for Jason Rantz on Seattle Red 770. This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company.
Hey, Seattle, it's Dana Lash.
Seattle, this is Guy Benson.
And I'm so excited.
It is an honor to be part of the all-new Seattle Red.
I love Seattle Red because it's such a bold step.
Creating an even bigger voice that spreads our conservative values and principles across multiple platforms.
I'm doing my part with The Dana Show every weekday from 9 to noon.
I'm doing my part with The Guy Benson Show every weekday from noon to 3.
Do your part.
Join us at Seattle Red on 770, seattlered.com, and the Seattle Red app.
Save up to 20% during the Bob's Heating preseason furnace sale. With great deals on heating and cooling, backup generators, ductless heat pumps, and more, now is the best time to buy. Plus, with 12-month interest-free financing, investing in your home comfort has never been easier or more affordable. Trust the team at Bob's Heating to keep your home warm and cozy during the chilly season. Your family's comfort is our family business.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Time is running out to save 20% during the Bob's Heating preseason furnace sale. Now through the end of the month, save big on home comfort systems, generators, water heaters, and more. Plus, take advantage of 12-month interest-free financing and get your home winter ready before the chilly season starts. Trust the team voted best in the Pacific Northwest to be your dedicated home comfort company. Call Bob's today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So don't putz around. Hurry into Leather's tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
Honey, look. 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Think getting older means falling apart? Well, think again. Discover your real options with Leading Edge Medicine every Saturday morning from 8 to 10. Join Dr. Jerry Mixon and my doctor, Dr. Samira Umat, live on Seattle Red as they answer your health questions and share cutting-edge strategies to help you take control of your aging journey. Don't settle for just getting older. Choose how you age with Leading Edge Medicine. Tune into Seattle Red on 770 Saturday mornings from 8 to 10.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
This is not just a Seattle issue.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
This is kind of a big deal for the future of the Pacific Northwest, really.
Visit the all-new SeattleRed.com.
Sammamish, Kent, Olympia, Everett.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Centralia, Lakewood.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer filling in for Jason Rantz here on Seattle Red 770. Always a pleasure to fill in. Follow me on X at Josh_Hammer. My book, Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. But for now, we are dealing with matters not international, but local to the state of Washington. So let's go ahead and dive in here to today's big local segment. We begin in Kent, Washington. Kent police are seeking tips after a deadly shooting happened at a park and ride. So the police there found a man dead. After the police were dispatched, reports of gunshots at the parking lot found at the intersection of Lincoln Park and Ride. This happened on Sunday evening around 8:46 p.m. local time. Officers were dispatched after the initial caller report hearing several gunshots and the sound of a vehicle swiftly screeching away. Police arrived and they found a man dead with several wounds. They began the typical life-saving measures, but the victim died at the scene. The police department, the Kent Police Department, still investigating and awaiting confirmation of the man's identity. So this seems to be a fairly fresh, very much unsolved crime, right here in the broader Seattle area, happening down in Kent Police Department. Producer Brady, I don't live in the local Seattle area, but this seems like it's very fresh. This happened less than 24 hours ago. There's really no motive. I mean, it seems like there's very little that we have it here. But I have to imagine that based on what you can tell, this really seems to probably be shaking things up and kind of stirring a lot of passions and questions in the community there, it would seem, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, this is not a shocking revelation. There's plenty of shootings that go all around Kent, and park and rides very late at night, very early in the mornings are very common sites for these kinds of shootings. And at least from my suspicion, I know nothing's confirmed yet, but usually when you go to a park and ride to do some form of shooting, it is either a targeted attempt at somebody's life, a failed drug deal, and it went wrong and went sideways. Because if people are speeding off and after you've shot at somebody, like, you went there to cause havoc.
Right. And for whatever it's worth, I have really no basis for speculating as such, but when I see a story like this, my very first guess is oftentimes a drug deal went wrong. That is my suspicion these days. And look, I mean, it's true when you think about contraband, when you think about fentanyl, when you think about various narcotics, there is a decreased flow into the country when it comes to the administration cracking down on borders, but there's just such a large volume that is still here, and there's always going to be, no matter how hard you try, there's always going to be some traffickers and smugglers that are going to be able to get some of this in in general. I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of terrifying, right? I mean, that this is the kind of thing that can just happen. It's also not just Seattle, though. I mean, this was another bloody weekend actually over in Chicago, Illinois, as well. A city that I used to call home. That's where I went to law school, and some horrific massacres there happening in downtown Chicago over this past weekend. One teenager who was killed, very much in the heart of the city. And again, we don't really know many details all here when it comes to what happened here in Kent, Washington, just on Sunday evening. I guess I will say this though before we move on to another story, which is stories like this. Some folks say, oh, we have to crack down on firearms with the guns. People are shooting each other there. I find that talking point just so utterly tiresome because it's just not living in the real world. In the real world, there are more firearms in these United States than there are human beings. Let me say it again. There are literally more guns in America than people. Now, you can hate that. You can bewail that. You can bemoan that. You can shout your lungs out to your heart's capacity. I don't care, and frankly, no one cares, because that's just reality. That is what it is. The whole let's disarm the citizenry conversation was a fascinating conversation around 1787 when they were drafting the Constitution. It's not a fascinating conversation today because we've done this experiment. We have a lot of guns, and people need guns now to protect themselves. So the whole like gun conversation, every time it gets brought up, I just find it so utterly tiresome, frankly.
It's a painful one. I mean, especially every time you hear that, it's always like, well, yeah, you could take guns away from law-abiding citizens. The criminals will still get guns. They'll still find them. They'll import them into the country from Mexico if needed. Like it's just a terrible argument.
Yeah, exactly. The criminals will always get their guns. The question is whether or not you, as a law-abiding patriot, will have access to a gun at the time, God forbid, that you may actually need it. All right, moving on. Moving on over to Tacoma, Washington now. A man has been hospitalized in Tacoma by a pedestrian throwing a brick into a car. So an unfortunate story involving a 64-year-old man who had to be hospitalized this past Saturday night after a pedestrian walking by just threw a brick seemingly randomly into a car that's happened to be passing by. The victim was actually the passenger. The main victim was the 63-year-old female driver. Oh, sorry. The passenger was the one who was hospitalized. The driver, who was a 63-year-old female, was actually uninjured. So what happened here was just after 10 p.m. local time on Saturday evening, the Washington State Patrol reported the driver was heading south when a male pedestrian just threw a brick. Why not? Just throw a brick. So the 38-year-old pedestrian was standing in the right shoulder of the 705 when the incident happened. The right lane of the roadway was blocked off for about an hour. So the suspect has been caught. We know exactly who it is, a 38-year-old individual. Suspect now faces 2 assault charges in addition to malicious mischief, which I believe is a tort. The circumstances around the incidents remain under investigation, according to the Washington State Patrol. So, I mean, who the heck just throws random bricks at cars? I mean, to me, this has all the markings of someone who is probably somewhat mentally disturbed. That would be my guess, the same way that my read or my guess on the first story that we were just discussing was that there's probably a drug deal gone wrong. Again, I don't claim to have any kind of information on this there, but I mean, I just don't understand what kind of individual standing at an intersection just throwing bricks. You know what you're doing. You literally know what you're doing. You're trying to harm someone or you're trying to kill someone. There is no other reason why you would take a brick and just randomly throw it through the windshield of the car. I mean, maybe I missed something. I don't know. I mean, Producer Brady, what do you make of this one?
Well, I mean, I know you're not necessarily from here, but the area in which Interstate 705 kind of goes down, it goes right from Tacoma going towards Fife a little south, which is near the Tacoma Harbor where all the shipping happens. It's a lesser traveled area than your standard I-5, 405, and all those other freeways. So if this guy wanted to pick an area to throw a brick at a car, he picked a perfect one to where there's going to be not as many travelers on the road, especially late at night. This is obviously a disturbed person that just wanted to throw a brick at a moving vehicle for no apparent reason that was given. And we see this all the time, even in Seattle, people throwing stuff off the Spokane Bridge down onto I-5, rocks, boulders, and everything. And it's just a senseless crime that makes no sense. You don't achieve anything by throwing a brick through a window and hurting an old man.
Yeah, you achieve absolutely nothing whatsoever other than to make the whole world hate you and to probably throw your life away and to go to jail, God willing, for a very long time. I mean, I just have no tolerance for any of this whatsoever. I mean, nor should anyone have tolerance for this. 2 assault charges, malicious mischief. Frankly, I mean, if I were an aggressive prosecutor there, I could actually think of potentially some even more aggressive charges there. You probably go for attempted manslaughter or something like that there. I mean, throwing a brick at a passing vehicle could absolutely be lethal. I mean, unequivocally could be lethal here, especially for someone of this age demographic. A 64-year-old man, depending on his health, could absolutely be mortally wounded based on a brick flying through the car there. So, look, if I had my druthers, I would like to see some more aggressive charges being filed by the police, by the local prosecutor. But I suppose for now, this is what we're dealing with. But for now, when next time you are out there around the I-705 in Tacoma, Washington, I guess be on extra high alert if nothing else, because this is deeply distressing and deeply troubling, to say the very least.
I mean, this one does suck, but I will say the only saving grace in this story is I'm thankful that the brick didn't injure the driver, because if it would have hit the driver, it could have knocked him clean out. That car could have crashed. We could be looking at 2 fatalities right now.
Good point. No, very good point. I appreciate, and I very much appreciate looking into, or I very much appreciate thinking about the positive side there, because frankly, especially this time of the year, I was going on that whole riff about Thanksgiving and being grateful and thankful. So yes, great perspective. This is a silver lining there to be grateful that this actually could have been a heck of a lot worse. Love the attitude. Very much appreciate that one, producer Brady. All right, finally, we go to Bellevue now. And in Bellevue, Washington, there is a man who has created AI simulations to connect children with older generations. It's getting a little sci-fi here on Jason Rantz Show. So the story here is interesting. This involves Dr. Muhammad Ahmad, who had an idea for what he calls the Grandpa Bot. It's an AI simulation of his father. His father died 12 years ago, back in the year 2013. So he created this AI bot so that his children could interact with their grandpa, who died before they were born. I literally feel like I'm living in like a sci-fi film here. I mean, let's go ahead and take a listen to Dr. Muhammad Ahmad talking about how the Grandpa Bot really does mirror his dad's style of communication.
What we call a conversational agent imitates the way that he talked, the kind of humor that he had. For example, it relates many of the stories that he would relate. So it's copying his style.
And Muhammad Ahmad explained more that this was intended for his children to be able to understand what their grandfather was like, aside from just hearing stories about him.
I wanted them to have some sort of relationship with their grandfather beyond me just telling them stories. They interact with Grandpa Bot, and then it leads to questions. In my mind, this is just a continuation of how we remember our loved ones. The model is not a living, breathing person, but given the limitations of technology, maybe it can be the next best thing.
Look, I have mixed thoughts on this. On the one hand, I think this is a very, very innovative attempt to try to pass on family stories and traditions and things like that. In many ways, this is noble. On the other hand, this stuff does have a slight downside, even if you might not realize it right away. And the downside is that technology taken to its conclusion, not just in AI but elsewhere, can have the effect of really ultimately stripping away humanity and that which makes us human in the first place. There is a line between human beings and machines. And I do fear, to an extent, that with every Grandpa Bot that comes along, that we are blurring that line even more and more. I can't elaborate on this because it was somewhat of a secretive affair, but I was at an interesting, somewhat clandestine conference over in Europe about a month ago. And we literally had a a panel conversation on this, debating as to whether or not AI is human. Seriously, we really had it. And to be clear, most of the room was of the firm opinion that AI is not human, but there was a dissenting voice who basically told us that we could not be sure that he was in fact a human as opposed to a machine. I'm pretty sure you can tell a difference, but all I'm saying is that with every grandpa bot, the line gets a little blurrier. It gets a little fuzzier. What do you make of this one, producer Brady? Maybe I'm just getting a little. Maybe I'm clutching my pearls a little bit here. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I really like the concept of what he's trying to accomplish here by allowing his children to understand what their grandfather was like. They never got to experience him while he was living, but I do agree with you that it is a slippery slope with AI. I mean, if you keep it like this man has done it, it's pretty safe. It's nice. It's just to give you a picture painted about what your grandfather was, but we've heard countless stories of AI being very negative. I mean, there's guys out there that think they have a girlfriend on an AI chat bot and they get super depressed when like, oh, but she's not actually real, but it felt so real because of the experience. I mean, there's two sides to the coin. I mean, the negatives always somehow rear their heads and come up and make it just a difficult situation. But I just appreciate what this man's trying to do for his children.
No, for sure. Again, kind of taking us back to our leitmotif here of being grateful and thankful. You know, maybe there's something to be said here for being grateful for having this technology available so that these grandchildren can know their grandfather, at least in some form. That's a very nice way of thinking about it as well. Coming up next, on the Jason Rantz Show, it's You Pick the News coming up next. You will text in story number 1 or 2 to 1-800-465-8770 with these two options. Story number 1, Seattle teen arrested for a violent attack on an 80-year-old man during a graffiti confrontation. Story number 2, a man killed by a falling scissor lift in South Seattle. According to police reports, again, you pick the news on the Jason Rantz Show. Text story 1 or 2 to 1-800-465-8770.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-292-4382. That's 800-292-4382. 800-292-4382.
Is your home ready for winter? Lake Atitlan Insulation helps homeowners across Puget Sound stay warm and save big with expert insulation that keeps comfort in and energy bills down. And right now, you may qualify for generous energy rebates through Puget Sound Energy, making upgrades more affordable than ever. Local, trusted, efficient. Visit lakeatitlaninsulation.com and schedule your free estimate today. Or call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
A couple of different ways that you can develop a retirement income stream that is infallible, just simply not subject to the risk and loss of the marketplace.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth. Saturdays at 10 a.m. and Sundays at noon on AM 770 KTTH.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So don't putz around. Hurry into Leather's tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
Join the stations of Bonneville, Seattle, and Treehouse for the 37th year of Holiday Magic, helping provide holiday gifts and year-long support for the more than 6,000 youth and young adults in foster care statewide. Over the 37 years of Holiday Magic, we've delivered 182,000 gifts across our state. Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476 to learn more. Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476.
You pick the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer in the saddle for Jason, who's enjoying a well-deserved day off. By the way, my own show, the Josh Hammer Show, can be heard every Saturday morning, or sorry, afternoon, excuse me, at 1 to 2 p.m. and 6 to 7 p.m. as well, right here on Seattle Red 770. Also on Sunday mornings, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. You can follow me on X, Josh_Hammer. My book, Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. But for now, you pick the news on the Jason Rantz Show, and you want to talk about how a man tragically was killed by a falling scissor lift in South Seattle. Although I'm intrigued enough by both of these stories that we might just have to touch on both of them. We will begin with the story that you are yourself interested in. So the Seattle Police Department says that a man working on a scissor lift, there's on a barge, a barge. So the man was killed after the lift fell over and landed on him. This happened on Saturday afternoon around 1:35 p.m. Crew responding to the industrial area. The authorities arrived. They found a 26-foot Sunbelt Rentals lift on its side, almost fully extended on top of the victim. Horrible stuff. I mean, unfortunately, this is a tale as old as time. This sort of hazardous workplace environment leading tragically to a premature death for a worker on the site. Just absolutely awful stuff. You have to imagine that that at a federal level, OSHA, which is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA will probably have to get involved here. This is a division of the U.S. Department of Labor. OSHA historically is the federal agency that gets involved when there are hazardous workplaces and companies are not doing quite enough to protect their locals. I mean, it's always possible that it was just a simple mechanical error as well. Someone operating a lift there. Who knows? A lot of questions. Not a ton of answers really at this time. Producer Brady, you're the local one there. I'm kind of curious if you've heard anything that I'm not getting yet when it comes to this utter tragedy this past weekend in South Seattle.
I mean, nothing further has been reported on it, but one key piece of information that was said by a witness, it said that the man was not strapped in while working on the lift. So a very big safety oversight was seen during this.
Got it. Well, that does unfortunately explain part of this. Look, this is not super related, but I guess I'll make it slightly related there. My wife and I, we had our first baby last December. She is 11 and a half months old, coming up on her first birthday now in just a few weeks. And I say all that because I remember when we first got her, and really, I mean, frankly, to an extent today, we're super paranoid about, is the car seat in properly? Is it tied properly? Is it belted in there? And, you really just can't emphasize this enough, how important these things are. I mean, seatbelts exist for a reason in a car. Safety equipment exists for a reason. You should use it. Modern safety technology is far from perfect, but it's really, really, really good. It's really, really, really good. And if you're not taking full advantage of it, then frankly, you ought to be asking yourself why you're not doing so. And again, at a time like this, on a day like this, it is another thing that you really ought to be thankful for at this time of the year. So I did say that we were going to talk about our other story here in the You Pick the News segment as well. So a Seattle teen has been arrested for a violent attack on an 80-year-old man. This happening during a graffiti confrontation. Fascinating stuff. So Seattle police have arrested a 17-year-old boy, so a juvenile, in connection with the assault of an 80-year-old man who confronted the juvenile during a graffiti vandalism incident on the Ballard Bridge. So this happened 1 week ago, so last Monday on November 17th. So the elderly man noticed 4 people spray painting graffiti on the 4900 block of 15th Avenue Northwest in Seattle. The man stopped his car to confront the suspects and takes out his cell phone to start filming the incident. Then 2 of the teens cross the street, and there's a confrontation, there's an altercation that ensues. One of the teens punches the man multiple times, resulting in a shoulder injury and a cut lip. Turns out that one of these teens ends up being arrested. There was a noble bystander, a good Samaritan, you might say, who intervened. Then the attacker and his accomplice fled the scene, but they did end up getting them, and one of them indeed has been arrested. The 17-year-old, for what it's worth, the juvenile here, did indeed have prior interactions with law enforcement. Another unfortunate story, but you're also happy here that this could have been a lot worse. I mean, every time you have an altercation between juveniles and an 80-year-old man, 80 years old, my goodness gracious. I mean, any kind of physical altercation involving an 80-year-old man could absolutely be lethal. So to kind of continue our theme here of being grateful for something that could have, frankly, gone a lot more off the rails and been a lot worse than it actually was here. I am personally grateful. Look, I actually have a lot of elderly people in my own life. 3 of my 4 grandparents are still alive, which is kind of crazy. I'm 36 years old, and I still have 3 grandparents alive. My grandmother, 96 years old, is actually having surgery this week. So, this has been on my mind a lot recently, actually, is caring for the elderly there. So an 80-year-old man, my God, thank God that he was not killed. This absolutely 1,000% could have been fatal. For what it's worth, the city of Seattle has already repaired the graffiti damage. Costs were estimated to be a little over $1,000, $1,110. The investigation, though, does remain open and active. But for now, I am just grateful that this was not worse than it could have been. Josh Hammer filling in for the Jason Rantz Show. This is Seattle Red 770.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Coach Jimmy Rogers and the Washington State Cougars are back home for Senior Day this Saturday to face the Oregon State Beavers. Washington State hosting Oregon State in the regular season finale Saturday afternoon at Giesa Field. Kickoff is set for 3:30 p.m. with pregame coverage starting at 1:30. Washington State versus Oregon State. Catch all of the excitement right here on the Cougar Sports Network.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO-FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastwood, 33 BU Seattle.
Bowing an appeal, I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. Former FBI Director James Comey is responding after a federal judge tossed the federal indictment against him.
Comey faced charges of making a false statement and obstructing Congress. But U.S. District Judge Cameron McGowan Curry ruled that the appointment of the prosecutor who filed those charges, former interim U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, was invalid. In a video posted to social media, Comey called the case
prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence, and a reflection of what the Department of Justice has become under Donald Trump, which is heartbreaking.
He added that the president cannot use the Justice Department to target his political enemies. The case was dismissed without prejudice, though, meaning it could potentially be brought back by the DOJ. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
The judge also dismissing a mortgage fraud indictment against New York Attorney General Letitia James. However, Attorney General Pam Bondi says it's not over yet.
We'll be taking all available legal action, including an immediate appeal, to hold Letitia James and James Comey accountable for their unlawful conduct.
The Pentagon is investigating Democratic Senator Mark Kelly. He's a former Navy officer and participated in a recent video telling U.S. military members to disobey illegal orders from President Trump.
They're determining whether to call him back to active duty for a court-martial. They don't reference the video he recently appeared in their statement, in which he says,
"You can refuse illegal orders."
But the Pentagon says even retirees are prohibited from actions that interfere with the loyalty, morale, or good order and discipline of the armed forces. President Trump initially called the video seditious. While he'd said sedition could be punishable by death, he later wrote these lawmakers should be in jail. Kelly said on a Sunday talk show he will not be intimidated and that all they did was reiterate what is already the rule of law.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. America is listening to Fox News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Welcome to Hour 3 of the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer in the saddle. In the saddle for Jason Rantz. Always a pleasure. My own show, The Josh Hammer Show, can be heard right here on Seattle Red 770 every Saturday, 1 to 2 p.m. and then 6 to 7 p.m. as well. Also on Sunday mornings, 8 to 9 a.m. Follow me on X, Josh_Hammer. And my show can be heard in its daily version everywhere you get your podcast, including over at the YouTube page for Newsweek, which is where I am senior editor at large. For now, I'll be with you for this final portion of the show as well. Without further ado, let's go ahead and find out what's trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
Well, one of the topics we've been covering for weeks now, essentially since the show relaunched with Salem Media Group as part of our partnership with Salem, but really just for a while now, really taking off even more so since the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes interview seen around the world. We are diving right in pretty consistently into the ongoing tensions, the ongoing infighting, civil war, whatever you want to call it, within the ranks of MAGA, within the broader right. For better or for worse, yours truly has been very much at the epicenter of much of what has been going on. But another gentleman who is not afraid of stepping into the breach and standing for what is true, what is right, and what is correct. That is today's guest, and that is Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum is the host of the very popular The Officer Tatum Show. You can follow him on X at The Officer Tatum. Brandon, you are one of the good ones out there. It's not always easy to be one of the good ones these days. So my hat off to you on a personal level. I deeply appreciate it. And we also appreciate you joining the Josh Hammer Show today.
Well, thank you for having me on. And it's right, man. Some people are clouded for whatever reason and pushing conspiracies and losing their mind. And some people do it for profit. I don't know why some of these people act crazy, but it is rare for people to have common sense these days.
It is increasingly rare, and that is a troubling phenomenon in and of itself. Maybe we'll dive a little bit more into why that is the case, why so many brains seem to be rotting and melting away in real time, frankly, before our eyes. But I want to step back a little bit, Brandon, because you have a long history with Turning Point USA, and Charlie Kirk's legacy is very much a part of these conversations. It's no accident that a lot of this has happened in the aftermath of his tragic assassination. I think those two events are pretty clearly linked in my mind. Why don't you step back and talk a little bit about your history with Turning Point USA as an organization, and also your history with Charlie as an individual? I think the viewers would very much appreciate that perspective.
Yeah, I started way back when I left the police department in 2017, and I left because of political reasons, not anything negative towards the police department. They loved me. I was the voice of reason and their voice on the police department because most cops couldn't speak out, and then me being a black cop, I could speak out even more. I could talk about Black Lives Matter and all those other things without being considered a racist. But when I left the police department to take an opportunity to be the spokesperson of a conservative organization in Anthem, Arizona, that's where it all started. And that company was around for about 3 months, or at least my contract with that company was around for about 3 months, even though it was a year contract because they almost went out of business because of the Facebook algorithm change and everything like that. So that ended up leading me to leaving there and going to Turning Point USA. And at the time, Charlie was just starting to explode with Turning Point USA. They were still kind of in their infancy to a certain degree as an organization. But I joined as the urban engagement director, and it was great. We had the first Black Leadership Summit at the White House. No one has ever done anything like that to that magnitude for Black conservatives. And we just went on and on, building and growing and doing incredible things. And Charlie was just an incredible young guy. I'll never forget, he's much younger than me. So when I first joined Turning Point, I was shocked that this young guy had that much charisma. He could speak that well. I mean, he could just captivate an entire room. He was ambitious. He worked harder than anybody that I've ever known. You name it, Charlie Kirk had those attributes, and it was very impressive to me. And it really made me have to step my game up because I'm like, look, this young dude can't outwork me, so I was willing to compete with him on, changing the country. So it was a great experience, man. I always have loved Charlie, and I always admired Charlie, even though, like I said, he was younger than me. And, that's why it's so important to keep his legacy going, because he's always been, in my opinion, a tremendous young man making a difference in the world.
Brandon, I've had a lot of people ask me since his horrific assassination, who is the next Charlie Kirk? Who is ready to fill those shoes? And my answer, unfortunately, is at best, I don't know. At worst, I don't think there is one, because he really was playing a unique role, not just a fairly unique role, a legitimately unique role in trying to hold the broader right together, the MAGA coalition. And that I think that's only been appreciated tragically, posthumously. It's only been really deeply appreciated in the aftermath of this assassination, given the current state of the right and all the sniping one way or the other. Now, I have lots of thoughts, Brandon, as to where that sniping is coming from. I think it's coming from a certain direction directed against against certain people, such as myself, and certainly to no small extent yourself as well. But I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about that, about the role of Charlie Kirk as a unifier, as kind of the glue that held the current American right, the current conservative movement, this coalition together. And in your mind, do you tie that as clearly as I tie that is to say his assassination, to all that we are seeing unfold before us right now, Tucker Fuentes and all of the above when it comes to all this chaos?
Yeah, 1,000%. I mean, Charlie Kirk, there's a lot of people that have, I won't say a lot, but there are many people who have the heart like Charlie, who have the desire to see the country do better. But there's not a lot of people that have the intangibles that God gave Charlie. Because I consider myself someone to be very similar to Charlie, but I don't have the temperament like Charlie. You know, people make me mad and I go crazy. You know, I started wanting to fight and everything. And Charlie wasn't like that. He could text somebody over here, text somebody over here. He wanted to have an open dialogue with certain people that I wouldn't even talk to, you know, and Charlie was just really that person that had all of those intangibles that made him irreplaceable, you know, and it's not just love of country. It's not just a smart, brilliant mind. It's all of the rest of the things that Charlie came with and all of the position that God put Charlie in his lifespan, you know, like the certain timing of Charlie, especially before Trump and all of those things. And so that's what made Charlie incredibly unique and irreplaceable. But 100%, unless you're sleeping under a rock or you blind, you can see that when Charlie died, look at what has happened in the movement. It's almost as if Charlie was holding things together, even maybe unbeknownst to him. He was holding everything together. God had him in a position to keep, you know, the crazy lunatics who are self-serving from crashing down on our movement. I see a little a picture in my mind of a dam, and you see all the lunatics at the top with the water, and you see MAGA and America and values down here, and like Charlie Kirk is the dam wall. And so once that is gone, it's been an avalanche of stupidity. I mean, you see with Tucker and Nick Fuentes and everybody trying to jockey for Charlie Kirk's position. I think that's what it actually is. He was doing what he was doing. God had him in a position, and now people want that. They want that power and control. They want to be able to influence the next generation. They want all of that revenue. You know, Charlie, even though he probably wasn't a super, super wealthy dude, but he had the hearts and minds of the people, and he was leading in a direction that one day I think he would have been the president. Now, all of these other people that didn't have what he had, they didn't commit to God like he did. They now see a void, and now it's their opportunity to pounce on it. Now they have an opportunity to be the next Charlie Kirk. They have an opportunity to speak at these places and fill the gap for their own self-serving purpose. And that's just my opinion on it. And so, you know, that's why I think it's very clear that his void is making an incredible impact in a negative way, you know, in our society today.
Brandon Tatum is the host of the wildly popular The Officer Tatum Show. Follow him on X at The Officer Tatum. So, Brandon, I guess a follow-up question from that would be, is it really that simple, you think? A lot of this fomenting of chaos, and that really is the word that comes to my mind, at least, is chaos. I mean, people here are deliberately trying to poke the bear and incite agitation and frustration and anger and resentment and all the above. Not just on the left, but within the broader confines of the right. Again, from my perspective, that poking of the bear is very deliberately coming from one direction, in my view, at least. And then the other side is kind of forced to respond in some way or another. So is it really that simple? You think that it's essentially just a power grab? But what about the ideological component as well? So I'll elaborate a little bit. When I look at someone, Brandon, like Tucker, whose name has come up a couple times already, when I look at the totality of Tucker's work here over the past, even before Charlie's assassination, going back at least as far back as the Putin interview in 2024 and those ridiculous videos in the Moscow supermarket and the train station and this puff interview of the president of Iran and the Emir of Qatar, I think there's an argument to be made, whether it's a Tucker or a Candace Owens, maybe others. It's just not obvious to me that some of these folks are, frankly, as Charlie would have put it, on team civilization. Like that infamous WhatsApp chat that I was in with Charlie, the one that leaked to Candace and others, Charlie started that chat. He called it saving civilization because he was all about Western civilization. But I look at some of these interviews, some of these content, it's not obvious to me that that these folks are on team civilization. It seems to me like they're playing for team barbarism. So do you think there's a dystopian ideological element going on here as well, or is it all kind of a self-serving, cynical power grab for these folks?
Well, you know what, Josh? I mean, it's confusing because I don't know. You know, you see the power grab option on the table, and you see people taking advantage of that because there's money to be made. There's money to be made to jump on the bandwagon of conspiracies, to try to, kind of take the position as the new right, wing position and all of that stuff. So there's money in that. But also I think it's spiritual too, because it's something going on that I just can't put my finger on that doesn't make sense whatsoever. Some of the people that you named and the way that people have changed is bizarre to me. And let me just say this, because I think this is maybe my own personal feelings about it, but I think it's got a lot of truth in it. I honestly believe that when you begin to go anti-Israel, anti-Jew, for some reason, and I think God allows people to fall into this, when you go down that path, and I'm not talking about the path of criticizing the government of Israel. I'm not talking about the path of criticizing Jews who are leftists, who are destroying the country in certain ways. I'm not talking about criticism of a certain group or niche of people that act in this way or that way. I'm talking about the blanketed statement that Israel shouldn't exist, pretty much. That all Jewish people are bad, and they're starting pornography and they're doing all this stuff, and that we're bought and paid for by Israel, and everything that happens in the world is Israel's fault to it, and they can't even acknowledge anything Israel's done that have been great and that have been worthy of being an ally to the United States of America. When you go down that path, I feel like God opens you up to a reprobate mind, and then you begin to fall for all the other stuff in life that takes you off the well-worn path. All of the people that I've seen that have been staunch anti-Zionist, anti-Israel people, anti-Jewish people, they also have now fallen for all the other crazy stuff. They now are questioning, is Sharia law a bad thing or not? Right. I saw on a podcast the other day, Tucker Carlson was saying that, it slipped my mind real quick, but Tucker Carlson was saying something to the effect of, it was Sharia law, and then he said, I forget the other term he said, it slipped my mind this morning, but he goes down the path of saying some of the most loony and crazy things that I've ever seen. And then that leads to all the other things that have happened, especially when it comes to Charlie Kirk. And I think the moral clarity that people once had, once they step off that cliff, they lose it all.
And is that the reason that you are so personally passionate about these issues when it comes to Israel and the Jewish people, is that you see that as a slippery slope of insanity? Or is there a theological element? I mean, Tucker had this whole recent rant against Christian Zionism. Apparently, he hates Christian Zionists more than anyone on the face of the earth, more than like radical Islamists, more than Zohar Mamdani, which is a rather strange thing to say, given that I would think a plurality of the Republican Party voting base is some degree of Christian Zionist. I mean, literally just means you are a Christian who believes in Israel's right to exist. That's the definition of being a Zionist. So for you personally, Brandon, I mean, I'm kind of curious what's made you so brave and outspoken, frankly, on these issues. Where's that coming from? Is it coming from your soul? Is it coming from your reading of history? I'm just curious for kind of your personal story on that.
Yeah, it comes from all of the above. I mean, when I see an injustice, I can't sit back and just watch it happen. When I see people deliberately lying and pushing propaganda, I can't just let it happen. I didn't do it when I supported Trump, because I saw clearly, like, oh, wait a minute, they're lying about it. They lied. They doctored a video. This is a lie. I can't live with saying I'm a man, but I won't stand up for injustice that I see. The same thing happened in Black Lives Matter. The same thing happened in COVID. The same thing happened on January 6th with some elements of it. And then I saw the same thing with Israel. Now, it started when I visited Israel. I went on a Christian tour with Pastor Alan Jackson, who's an incredible guy. We went for 2 weeks. And as a Christian, our faith originated. If you got common sense, you know that our faith originated in Israel. And all of the founding people of Christianity for us were all Jews. So, and it kept the Sabbath and all of the other things that people somehow forget about. So I go there and I fall in love with Israel. And I get to see Israel for what Israel really is, right? How peaceful it is there, safe it is there, how I saw so many groups of people getting along. I didn't even think that there would ever be now, I didn't know history enough to know how crazy Gaza was and the conflict in the West Bank. But when I was there, I saw Arabs doing a whole bunch of other things that were congruent with everything the Jews were doing. I saw people coming up from Gaza working in Israel. I saw people from the West Bank working in Israel. At some of the hotels and some of the tourist sites, it was both Israelis and Arabs at the same place working together. It wasn't a big deal. We're in Jerusalem. Everybody's there. There's no hate. There's none of that. And so it gave me a better perspective on Israel. And I said, I love this place. I love the Christian element of it. I love the environment there. It's absolutely beautiful. I feel comfortable there. I want to go back again. And then October 7th happened. And that's where everything went crazy for me. And I said, this is terrible that someone would come into Israel and do this to people. And they videotaped it. You know the whole thing. Everybody's seen it. Like, that was the craziest thing I ever seen in my life. And so everything that happened after that, I thought was par for the course, right? I mean, you know, you do that to a country, they're going to come and get their hostages back and all of the above. And then I saw the propaganda because I thought that every common sense person was like, yeah, this is what they did to Israel, and Israel's responding in an appropriate way. They're sending leaflets. They're feeding these people. You know, there was a temporary point where they wanted to negotiate by turning off the water supply. They turned it back on. They did all these other things. They got trucks and trucks and groves of food. And they're trying to do their best to execute the most sane war or a reasonable war that I've ever seen. But then I went online the other day, and some people can bookmark when this actually happened because I made a video and I just literally lost my mind in the video. I'm just scrolling on Instagram, and I see a video of bombs blowing up these buildings. And I say, dang, that's interesting. And you know, once you see one, they'll feed it to you. So I go to the next video. Like the next 4 or 5 videos I see is bombs blowing up buildings. And I say, wait a minute. I'm not the smartest man in the world, but how is the cameraman Johnny on the spot on every single building that's blown up? And I'm not talking about in reasonable positions. I'm talking about he had a phone on the ground. One person had a phone on the ground looking through 2 buildings to see a building. People on tripods. I mean, and it's just far enough that the camera doesn't get damaged, but they can see the explosion. And you got people running and scared as if they had no idea this was going to happen. And I started thinking to myself, well, how does the cameraman know, but the people don't know? You would think the cameraman would say, hey, they're going to bomb this place. Y'all get out of here. Then I realized, wait a minute, this is weird. This is probably propaganda. Then I see kids who got dirt on their face and they're crying. And then if you pay attention, there's 2 or 3 kids on the side that's laughing and playing. So you can see it staged. And I just couldn't take it anymore, man. I said, this is ridiculous. They're literally making up lies and saying it's a genocide and showing all these fake videos to get people outraged. And now people hate Israel. And now they hate every Jew. And now anti-Semitism running rampant because of lies. And that's what sparked me, man. And it's what's wrong. When right is right and wrong is wrong. I don't care if you're Israeli. I don't care if you're a Jew. I don't care what your perspective is. When there's something that's wrong and people are pushing propaganda and lying, you got to say something. And this is pretty much why I've been holding strong. And that's just the natural side of it. Then there's a spiritual component of it. God is very clear in the Old Testament and the Torah for people who don't observe the Bible like that. But in the Old Testament, it is very clear what God said to Abraham. It's very clear what God said about the land, everlasting possession. I don't know about people that claim to be Christian or claim to believe in God, but you think God was lying? You know what I'm saying? You know better than God? When he say everlasting, that means everlasting. When he claimed that this is his chosen people that will be brought back to the nation, the state of Israel, never to be removed again. I mean, what are people reading? And so when I read that, I'm just like, I just want to be obedient to God. I don't have to like it all the time. I don't have to believe everything that Israel says is true and all this other stuff. I just need to be obedient to what God said and let him deal with the rest of it.
Well, extraordinarily well said. Thank you for that. That was really powerful stuff. Honestly, I mean, I was on the edge of my seat there, and I'm sure that the listeners and viewers were as well. You know, I'm an Orthodox Jew. In our daily morning prayers, so the morning prayer is called Shakri. We actually read a couple passages from the book of Deuteronomy. I believe it's chapters 26 and 30 that talk about exactly what you're just talking about there. We actually read that every single morning about God's eternal promise to restore the Jewish people to their homeland. And I think the other verse that you were referring to there about God's promise to Abraham, that's Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, that God will bless those who bless the children of Israel and will curse those who curse them. Charlie was actually a fan of that particular verse himself. How do I know that? Because he literally posted that verse. It was him praying at the Western Wall in Jerusalem about a month after October 7th in November 2023, and he literally posted Genesis chapter 12, verse 3. The notion that verse, by the way, Brandon, the notion that particular verse has theological significance is something that I think the whole Tucker crowd is challenging, but it's worth noting here, and Brandon and I are two people who knew Charlie, who knew what he stood for, that he believed it. He absolutely believed in the promises from Genesis, Deuteronomy. He unequivocally believed this stuff that people are now mocking, that his so-called friend Tucker is now saying makes people the most hateable people on planet Earth. It's all just so crazy, frankly, and I sometimes just want to pinch myself and say, is this really happening? Is this all really happening this soon after the assassination of our late friend Charlie Kirk? Anyway, folks, Brandon Tatum is the host again of the Officer Tatum Show. Follow him on X at the Officer Tatum. Brandon, I want to get back to this notion of conspiracism and all of that there, because I was on a show as a guest myself earlier this week. I was on Steve Deace's show, and I've been a guest on Steve's show a bajillion times over the years, but he asked a very, very interesting question to me that I kind of struggled to answer, to be honest with you. And I thought that I would kind of just get your perspective, because it's a very thought-provoking question. And the question is as follows. It's not the American people's fault that there's something off in their ability to trust narratives, trust elites, trust institutions. There have been a series of events going back a very long time. In my personal telling of the story, I started the Russiagate hoax in 2015, 2016. Maybe you started with the 2020 elections, COVID-19, the lockdowns, Black Lives Matter, whatever you want to start. But there's been a series of events that I think have, not unreasonably, have caused the American people to question the ability to take in information at face value. And that does lead a lot of Americans to be sympathetic to the notion of, quote unquote, just asking questions. Now, obviously, that's an extremely dangerous path to go down if you take it a little too far, as some folks like Tucker and Candace oftentimes seem to do. So I guess the question that I struggle with, and I would love your perspective, is what is the line? What is the line between not necessarily always taking in information from the government or elsewhere at face value versus just going down the proverbial tinfoil hat path of, an Alex Jones, a Tucker Carlson these days, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, great question. I think that it's called common sense and reasonableness.
Right.
You should never believe everything anybody say at face value. You should always use deductive reasoning, use common sense, use some investigatory aspect to verify what people are saying and what you believe. So when it comes to all the conspiracies around Charlie Kirk's death, it doesn't make sense for a person to be in a state of perpetually asking nonsensical questions about something that they can find out about in 30 seconds. I have experience in law enforcement. I have experience doing investigations. I have experience in ballistics and firearms and training and tactics and stuff like that, which is associated with many parts of Charlie Kirk's assassination and the things that occurred thereafter. And so somebody like me takes my time and evaluate things without causing chaos and confusion, because you don't have to believe the government, everything that they say, but just make sure that you compartmentalize and verify things that you question. Like, we can go all the way back to the COVID-19 stuff. You don't have to not believe everything the government says because of what happened with Martin Luther King or what happened with 9/11. You got to take each segment and then compartmentalize each segment and verify each thing that the government is telling you. Because if you want to be honest, people on the right are selective in that as well. Because when the government is saying something that they want to agree with, they believe it. If somehow the FBI came out and said January 6th was a complete fraud and it was all made up and the left committed a hoax against Donald Trump and conservatives on October the 7th, people would believe it without even thinking twice about it. That means if it's something I like and the FBI is saying it, I agree with it 100%. If it's something I don't like, I now don't trust the government. You can't live like that. You have to verify things. And that's the way I looked at Charlie's investigation, too, because I know what happened in 2020 with COVID-19 and all the lies they told and BLM. I know what happened. And when I look at what happened to Charlie, I say, well, let me slow down a little bit and let me see where are there things that are true and where are there things that have question marks, and let me do an investigation into those question marks. Like the totality of Charlie's death, the 30-06 round was something that I was concerned about because of the ballistic capabilities of 30-06 or whatever the case may be. But you don't go out and make a declaration that he didn't get shot with a 30-06. Because of an AI-generated image of Tyler Robinson, you don't go out and say, that can't be him because it don't match. Well, that was the AI-generated image. What are you saying? You don't go and say, because people are acting bizarre or oddly after Charlie's assassin, after watching him get killed, that you say, they must be doing something wrong because they're acting bizarre.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-292-4382. That's 800-292-4382. 800-292-4382.
Join the stations of Bonneville, Seattle, and Treehouse for the 37th year of Holiday Magic, helping provide holiday gifts and year-long support for the more than 6,000 youth and young adults in foster care statewide. Over the 37 years of Holiday Magic, we've delivered 182,000 gifts across our state. Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476 to learn more. Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476.
Mid-year at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So don't putz around. Hurry into Leathers' tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally...
The following is a Playfly Sports presentation of the Cougars Sports Network. Washington State basketball is on the air with the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show.
Makes the pass, left wing three, takes it, and makes it. Oh, and another big three is needed. It's Reeve Avers who delivers again. Takes away the pass, 2-on-1 fast break, alley-oop lob. Tomas Rogerson, one-hand alley-oop lay-in.
Coors Light, choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Coming up, we'll get today's keys to the game. Check the latest scores around college basketball and hear from head coach David Riley. Now, let's go courtside. Alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo. Here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
Welcome to the Lahaina Civic Center in Maui, Hawaii. I'm Derek Dice filling in for Chris King over the next 3 days of this tournament as the Cougs making their first ever appearance in the Maui Invitational, although the 8th time WSU has played in a tournament here in Hawaii. And Craig, let's talk about, this is a fun, it's one of the most storied tournaments. It's a small, sweaty gym here at the Live Civic Center. Only holds 2,400 people, but that's a part of the charm, I think, of this tournament.
Yeah, I was lucky enough my junior year at Washington State to go to the Alaska Shootout, and the Shootout was what this tournament has turned into be. Maui started it, and they brought in powerhouses, and they've won the, I guess, the vision of all those big schools to come over here before Thanksgiving and take that surfboard home with them.
Yeah, we're looking at the rafters here inside the gym, and you see multiple Maui Invitational Championships from the likes of North Carolina, Arizona, Kentucky, Gonzaga twice. Last year it was Auburn, and the year before that Purdue. So it is a tournament rich in history and really cool for the Cougs to be a part of.
It really is, and I can remember the first time I actually watched it. I happened to turn the channel on to ESPN, and there were these games going on over here, and they were competitive and good, and I mean, they were just so fun to watch. And they do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before Thanksgiving, so it's perfect. You get home for Thanksgiving.
The opponent today is the Silver Swords of Chaminade University. They don't belong on Maui. They're actually located on the island of Oahu, but they are the quote-unquote home team in this. And listen, over the years, Chaminade's had some David versus Goliath type upsets in this tournament.
They had. In my senior year, Virginia, being the #1 team in the country, came over here, and they lost to Chaminade in the first round, and it made waves out throughout, not just throughout the United States, but globally, that the Silver Swords beat the powerhouse Ralph Sampson's Virginia team.
All right, let's get to your keys now for the Cougs in this game against Chaminade today.
Well, they play 5 guys. They've had the same 5 starters. They play a lot of minutes, but they don't have size. And I think in these game that he had against Southern Utah, we want to milk ND all game tonight. They will not double, and their big fella, Fletcher McDonald's, the only guy that will be guarding big ND. So I look for ND to win the paint. That's one of David Riley's best things, is win the paint. And then secondly, defensively, we just got to pressure and contain. These guys shoot a lot of layups. They like fast-paced games. They get a lot of points in the paint just because of the layups at the fast pace. But you also got to be aware of the perimeter. They have scored 100 points twice already against Western Washington and I believe
Alaska Fairbanks.
Yep.
And one way to slow down a team, Craig, who wants to be up-tempo is control the glass one, take care of the basketball, don't turn it over.
Exactly. Do not the value of the basketball and the possessions. Yes, we need to make them play defense. And then, I think we just, like I said, pressure and contain. You don't let your guy beat you.
All right, coming up after the break, we'll hear from assistant coach George Galanopoulos, who had the scout for this Chaminade team. Later, we'll hear from head coach David Riley as well. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hey, Thanksgiving turkey here. You know, the early bird, the harbinger of the holidays. Or at least I used to be. Until Northern Quest dropped this holiday Head Start giveaway on me. Now they're stealing the show with $60,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs before I can become a leftover sandwich. Whatever. Enjoy your $60,000. The holiday Head Start at Northern Quest. Play daily to enter. Earn 4 times entries every Tuesday. Grand prize drawing this Sunday.
Look, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but if you're a WSU fan and you haven't switched your phone service to Cougs Mobile, you're passing up a slam dunk. Here's the deal. You get exclusive game day perks, and Cougs Mobile contributes to WSU athletics every time you pay your monthly bill. No contracts, no hidden fees, no reason to wait. Switch now to the only phone plan built for Coug fans and on the T-Mobile 5G network. Visit CougsMobile.com.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural.
Exciting.
Ooh, it's $8,000.
Oh.
I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Giza Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Giza.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Pre-game show, getting you warmed up for the Cougs, taking on the Silver Swords of Chaminade here in the Maui Invitational. Happy to be joined now by assistant coach for the Cougs, George Galanopoulos. And Coach, first of all, let's talk about just being in this environment, right? The Maui Invitational, you got 8 really good teams here in a small, sweaty gym. What's this like for the guys?
Yeah, it's incredible. There's obviously a lot of history behind this place and this tournament. I think these Thanksgiving tournaments, when you can get in a gym like this with a great atmosphere, with a lot of different teams, one game after the next, it's a little bit different. It adds a little bit of variety, tests, I think, a lot of mental fortitude for the guys and puts you in a new situation, new challenge. So we're just so grateful to be a part of this historic this historic tournament, and we're looking forward to seeing how we play.
Chaminade, as a Division II team, they're going to tend to be a little bit smaller than what you might see at the Pac-12 level, but these guys can fill it up, and they've reached triple digits in 2 of their first 3 games.
Yeah, they're a high-powered offense starting in transition, so we got to make sure that our transition defense is on point. They want to get out, they want to run, they want to score within the first 5 to 7 seconds, and in the half court, if you stop them in transition, they're really good at just moving bodies around and driving to the basket. They're going to prioritize the paint. They're going to take threes. They've got a couple good shooters that we really got to account for, both in transition and the half court, and we just got to make sure we defend in the half court without fouling, and that's going to be a 5-man job for sure.
Talk about perimeter defense, and it's going to be important, right? Because they've got a lot of guys, as we said, who can really shoot.
Yeah, they got a couple guys that can shoot for sure, and then they've got a lot of guys on the roster that are really good downhill drivers, and again, they move bodies really well to occupy help on the other side. So we're not going to be able to beat them, I don't think, one-on-one. It's going to be a 5-man job guarding the ball and then all of our help behind the ball as well.
At the same time, we talked about a size advantage for the Cougs, something maybe to take advantage of here today.
Yeah, I think we can do that on the offensive end for sure, the way that we play. And then on the defensive end, we're just going to be showing them a lot of bodies. We're going to try to use our length to disrupt them at the rim without fouling and just make sure we keep them off the foul line and just make it as difficult as possible to score that bucket.
And at the end of the day, Coach, it's really just about winning that first game. That puts you in the semifinals, and then you're going to get the winner of ASU and Texas, who's the game after us here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with these tournaments, you can look at the bracket and you can look ahead to who you might play all this, but you really have to stay focused on one game at a time. You got to make sure that you cover well. And again, one possession at a time, one game at a time, and then whoever we play, and that's it. But we're focused on Chaminade, and hopefully we can get a win and move on.
All right, thanks for the time. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, back with more of the pregame show right after this. Don't go away. You're listening to the Cougar Sports Network.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at ValleyRVSupercenter.com.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the LSNS Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Time now to check scores from across college basketball. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
All right, welcome back courtside of the Lahaina Civic Center, getting you ready for your Washington State Cougars taking on the Silver Swords of Chaminade in the opening game for Washington State in the Maui Invitational. Derek Dice and Craig Elo here with you live from Maui. Craig, let's talk about some of the earlier action here in Maui. And the first game today, our good friend Matt Chazanow, who's now the play-by-play guy for North Carolina State, saw his 23rd ranked Wolfpack get knocked off by Seton Hall today, 85-74. Bit of an upset there.
That is an upset. I think, North Carolina State has a new coach, a whole new roster, but came into this at 4-0?
Yeah.
And so Seton Hall Big East, any Big East opponent is always going to cause trouble, and that's what happened to NC State.
A.J. Staten McCray, 22 points to lead the way for the Seton Hall Pirates, who actually improved to 6-0 on the season now. And then in a game that just finished about an hour ago, it was the Trojans of USC, led by Eric Musselman now, surviving a tough game against Leon Rice of the Boise State Broncos, 70-67. Rodney Rice, 27 points for the Trojans in that one.
Yeah, and that was a huge game for Coach Rice and Boise State, I think, to play in. And matter of fact, made you kind of late because I was watching the game in my room with the last 6 seconds. USC had to win it because Boise State was right there. And that will be our rival in the new Pac-12 coming up.
For sure. Boise State's been a pretty good, solid basketball program ever since Leon Rice took over there. All right, and then we got to watch out for the game that's coming up after us here tonight. That is Texas and Arizona State. If the Cougs win, they get the winner of that game. If the Cougs lose, they lose the winner of that. They face the loser of that game. But either way, that's a really quality, tough opponent.
It really is. Arizona State, Bobby Hurley's one of the longest tenured coaches in the league. And he's got Arizona State on the cusp every year. And then Texas, of course, they have their new head coach, Sean Miller, so kind of in a transition period. But what a place you can recruit and get the talent that you want. So that should be an interesting game after ours.
All right, now yesterday, Cammie Etheridge and the WSU women fell to 0-6 on the season. They lost a tough one to Missouri, 71-54, despite 24 points from Eleonora Villa, who's been terrific so far this year. Cammie loves to schedule tough games in non-conference, but it's been a rough start for the Cougs that way.
It really has, and Cammie has put together talent at Washington State, and of course hung a banner for them, winning the Pac-12 tournament, and I agree with what she does in the non-conference, and yes, you're going to take your lumps and bruises, but she'll have them ready by conference time.
All right, up next for the women, Paradise Jam in the Virgin Islands. Boy, both the Cougs men and women getting to go to some pretty desirable places for tournaments. On Friday, they'll take on Miami of Ohio. That'll be followed on Saturday by either LSU or Marist. So that's the next couple games for the WSU women. Coming up after the break, we'll hear from the head coach of the Cougs, David Riley. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Time to learn about the cold, hard facts for today's game with head coach David Riley. Presented by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now, with David Riley, here's Chris King.
All right, welcome back to the pregame show. We're joined now by the head coach of the Cougars, David Riley. And, Coach, before we talk about this matchup with Chaminade, let's talk about the other day against Southern Utah. Kind of a get-right game for your guys. A lot of guys had impressive performances.
Yeah, I thought it was overall a good game offensively for us. Played 40 minutes of good offense. We were able to play off the paint a little bit more than we had in the past. And then our defense stepped up for the last 25 minutes or so of that game. And I think just getting closer and closer to putting together a 40-minute performance, and I think the guys are starting to see what that looks like.
Andy Okafor obviously took advantage of his height in that matchup, and Chaminade is not a real tall team, so maybe another opportunity for ND to kind of go off down low.
I think that he did a great job of doing his work early versus Southern Utah, and that kind of gave him rhythm. And then from there on out, now he's able to show everyone we can do a little bit, driving on the perimeter, showing his post work a little bit. But when he's playing with force like that and doing his work early, I think that's where he's special.
Tomas Rosterson sat out that game the other day. Sounds like he's going to be good to go. Just talk about just what having him out there does for this team.
At the end of the day, he's got the most playing time of anyone, or more experience playing for me than anyone on this roster. And so with him, I know what I'm getting. I think he's a leader by example. He's definitely not a vocal leader. He's a quiet dude, but the guys respect the hell out of him, and his energy and how hard he plays, I think it's huge for our team to be able to follow.
A tournament setting like this where you're going to play 3 games in 3 days, a lot of times that means you got to go a little deeper into your rotation, right? So are there guys maybe that have not been having a ton of minutes so far that you might be relying on them more these next couple days?
I think we'll spread out the minutes a little bit more, but at the end of the day, we've been playing a deep bench so far this season, and we got 10 healthy guys that have been in the rotation. I thought Case did a great job at being out of it for a couple games and coming back in versus Southern Utah and stepping up and playing really good minutes. So, we'll see what it looks like, but at the end of the day, I think we're gonna need contributions from all 10 of those guys.
Chaminade is a Division II team, but in 2 of their 3 games, they've put up more than 100 points. And in this tournament before, Coach, they've knocked off some giants before, so you got to take them seriously, right?
100%. I think there's a lot of examples of Division II and Division III teams having wins this year. My dad, for whatever reason, decided to send me the article about Chaminade beating Virginia when they had Ralph Sampson. Yep. So, no, it's something that we got to be aware of, and we just got to play our game and play with force.
That was back in the Craig Elo days in the 80s there. And then finally, I guess, we're here in the Lahaina Civic Center. It seats only about 2,400. It feels like a high school gym, but it's actually really kind of a cool atmosphere, isn't it?
It's surreal to be able to walk in here, and every year you watch it on TV since I've been growing up. You hear about the locker rooms, you hear about how close they are together, and how it gets humid in here, and it's just an awesome thing to be a part of. I'm really happy.
All right, best of luck. Go Cougs.
Go Cougs.
All right, back with more of the pregame show right after this. Don't go away. You're listening to the Cougar Sports Network.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
Toyota-thon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota. Now through December 1st, get 2.99 APR financing on remaining new 25 Tacomas. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter. Or lease a 25 Tacoma SR5 for $259 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife, Courtney, welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Cool moment there just moments ago, an official blessing of the game ball here at the Lahaina Civic Center. And Chaminade is a team that's almost always in the Maui Invitational, Craig. And as we look back through the history, they've had some David versus Goliath type upsets that we just talked about with Coach Riley.
Yeah, I meant in 1984, Davidson probably wasn't what they are now. But, yeah, that was a big one. And then Providence, Stanford, Villanova, Princeton, Oklahoma, Texas, and the last one, Cal. I mean, all those are big, big schools that can recruit and have good athletes.
And look at that score against Cal back in 2017. They beat them 96-72, largest margin of victory ever against a Division I opponent in program history.
Yeah, I don't know who he had on that team, but this team can be just as dangerous if you let your guard down.
And you do have to be wary of Division II teams. Boise State lost to Hawaii Pacific in their opener not too long ago. All right, sounds like they're getting ready to do perhaps a national anthem or some kind of ceremonial Hawaiian blessing. So let's take our final timeout of pregame, and we'll be back with our starting lineups coming up right after this. You're listening to Washington State basketball here on the Cougar Sports Network.
Everybody knows you shouldn't retire until you're 65.
Buying a house? 20% down or nothing, bud. It's easy. Put your money into savings and never touch it.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
On game day, Pullman heads to the Lumberyard Food Hall. Enjoy burgers and drinks from Timber, island favorites from Island Grill, and bold Colombian flavors from Mi Rinconcito Colombiano. And when the sun goes down, dancing every Friday and Saturday night, 18 and older after 10 p.m. There's something for everyone at the Lumberyard Food Hall in downtown Pullman.
This is Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Still a dish. Tomas to the basket. Left-handed butter. He's got it. Cougs red hot out of the game.
Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. It's game time on the Cougar Sports Network. Now, alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
All right, welcome back to the Lahaina Civic Center here in Maui. I'm Derek Dice, filling in for Chris King for this tournament. Let's get you the starting lineup. We'll go with the Home team first, the Chaminade Silver Swords, coached by Eric Bavard, who's in his 15th season at the helm. Nathan Medina is a 6'3 senior guard out of Long Beach, California, transferred from Biola University, averaging 19.3 points per game. He's joined in the backcourt by Kent King, a 6'5 guard out of Washington, D.C., 15.7 rebounds a game. He's joined in the starting lineup by his twin brother, Chris King. That's Chris with a K, and he's a 6'5 guard also out of D.C., 14.7 points per game. Roland Banks II is a 6'2 senior guard out of Bakersfield, California, transferred from Fullerton, 17 points and 6 assists per game. And their one big man for the Chaminade Silver Swords is Fletcher McDonald, a 6'8 senior forward out of Australia, a transfer from Lubbock Christian, 9.7 points, 4.3 rebounds a game. For your Cougs now, starting at point guard, is the 6'4 senior out of Spain, Adria Rodriguez, 3.6 points, but a team-high 3.8 assists per game. Joined in the backcourt by Jerome Morton, 6'4 junior guard out of Lexington, Kentucky, and Morehead State, 8.4 points per game, shooting 41% from the field. Back in the starting lineup today, Craig, is Tomas Throsterson. He missed Wednesday's game against Southern Utah with an ankle injury, but he's a 6'7" sophomore guard out of Iceland, averaging 12 points and 5.3 rebounds per tilt. Emmanuel Ugbo not able to go today. He suffered an ankle injury against Southern Utah, so stepping into the starting lineup for him is Simon Hildebrand, a 6'9 senior forward out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, who transferred from High Point, where he played in the NCAA tournament with High Point last year. 6.2 points, 2.4 rebounds per game, and rounding out the starting five for the Cougs is the 6'10 redshirt junior forward out of Ireland and a transfer from Cal in ND Okafor, a career-high 27 points and 8 rebounds against Southern Utah. And Craig, we're really hoping ND goes to work inside like that once again today.
The best way to value the player he is to see if he can back up the game that he had against Southern Utah with the same thing that he did that night with the Silver Swords.
Boy, he was 12 of 14 from the floor. That's the best percentage with as many field goal attempts by a Cougar since at least 1996. That's going back quite a ways.
Yeah, man, he's not a mid-range guy. He's going to back you down and get as closest to the rim as he can, and he's got really soft little baby hooks, and his left hand is just as good as his right hand.
Probably not going to see ND shoot from more than, I'm going to say, 3 or 4 feet from the basket, but that's where he likes to operate, is down low. Here's our officials for today's game. Your referee is Lamar Simpson. Umpire number 1 is Mike Palau, and umpire number 2 is Rob Rourke, with Marquise Pettigrew on standby for us here today. Look, a lot of guys actually set career highs in that game the other day against Southern Utah, which is why I called it a get-right game when I was talking to Coach Riley. Another one is Ace Glass, who's the freshman, and we've seen this kid from California can really fill it up.
He can. Man, he's offensively as good as anybody we've had as a freshman at Washington State. He can shoot the outside. He's a high-energy guy and really brings it on the offensive end. He's somewhat of a liability on defense that he's got to learn. But, he makes our bench very strong to go along with EY, who is really coming to his own, too.
Well, let's talk about him for a second. 2 games in a row where Emily Yalaho, he is the forward who transferred from Texas Tech, originally from Finland, but 15 points against UW, 14 points and 11 rebounds in his first collegiate double-double against Southern Utah. He's really kind of becoming the sixth man or one of those first guys off the bench that you can really rely on.
Yeah, you can rely on him. I mean, he has size. He can shoot from outside on offense. Defensively, he's a big person, and he can really cause some problems. And I think the first couple of games when he started, he just wasn't feeling right. Our Coach Riley goes with Uku to start instead. Yeah. And he really has played well coming off the bench.
The other guy who had a career high against Southern Utah the other day was Case Wynot, the local kid out of Lapwai High School down there in Idaho. He had 7 points against Southern Utah. Listen, we know this guy can score, right? Yeah. He's the all-time leading scorer in Idaho high school basketball history. We haven't seen him really have to fill it up yet at the collegiate level, but we know it's there.
Yeah, and last year as a freshman, he deferred a lot of shots he didn't take. Now I think he's getting more comfortable and his confidence is growing. And, he didn't play a lot before the Southern Utah game, but sometimes it's good to sit and watch, and that's what I think he's done. And I think he can be very valuable because he's the best practice player they have. Coach Riley says he never misses practice. So,
all right, Cougs taking the floor here in their crimson jerseys with white letters and numbers and white piping down the sides. The Silver Swords in their white jerseys as home team with blue lettering and blue striped piping down the sides. And we are just about ready for tip-off here. Game 1 for the Cougs here in the Maui Invitational. Game 3 of the tournament here so far. The Cougs will be lining up going left to right on your radio dial, and Chaminade will be tacking in the opposite direction. It's going to be Fletcher McDonald, the 6'8 senior forward for Chaminade, in the center circle, jumping it up against ND Okafor, who has about a 2-inch height advantage on the Chaminade player.
Now, I'm a big proponent of winning the tip, and ND has lost the tip every time, so we got to win the tip.
Here's the opening tip in the Maui Invitational for Washington State, controlled by ND Okafor and the Cougs. Here comes Adria Rodriguez going right to the basket, kick out into the corner for Throsterson. Now up top to Okafor, looking inside for Hildebrand. Hildebrand on the right wing, 17 in the shot clock. Now to Morton, top of the key. Morton probes into the lane, kicks outside. Rodriguez thought about a three, now backs out the dribble. 8 on the shot clock. Swing pass over to Morton. Now we'll put up a three with 4 on the shot clock. No good. Rebound controlled there by Kent King, and the first possession comes up empty for the Cougs. Here's his twin brother, Kent King, being guarded by the much taller Simon Hildebrand. King going to back him down in the post with 18 on the shot clock. Now kicks outside. Roland Banks into the paint between 3 Cougars and gets the scoop shot to go. Chaminade on the board here first, 2-0.
And that's what they like to do. They like to spread the floor, keep it wide, and dribble and penetrate and draw defense.
Chaminade showing full court press here now after the first made basket of the ball game. Morton looking to inbound over to Rodriguez in the corner, immediately trapped, kicked away by Chaminade. And the Cougs will inbounds underneath once again with 5 seconds having gone off the shot clock.
Yeah, now if you throw it in and you go to the corner, you got to immediately look to the middle, and Tomas was wide open, but he can really help here with his ball handling.
Get it into Tomas. Now Cougs got numbers if they can take advantage. Rodriguez into the front court. Euro step over to Okafor. Looked like he got fouled going up. They say no contact, but ball out of bounds off of the Chaminade player, and it's Coug ball underneath.
Now,
we played 1 minute and 1 second here in Maui.
You watch Fletcher McDonald. He's going to play body up on ND the whole time. He's going to be physical with him.
Lob pass into Okafor on the baseline, trying to work on McDonald. And they're going to call a block on Fletcher McDonald. He was looking to draw a charge there on ND Okafor. The ref on the baseline says, no, sir. It's going to be Coug ball underneath here once again.
Yeah, McDonald got right up underneath ND's hips, and ND did not do anything using that big body. They were coming to double, but they won't double too much because there are poor rotations out of it.
And already they're having some talks with the players down low about some of that physical contact inside. Cougs like this out of bounds underneath play where they just kind of lob it into the corner to one of the big mans and then start swinging it around from there. Let's see if they do it again. They get it inside to Hildebrand this time. Same play. Got poked in the face, it looked like, just a little bit. Now we'll dribble towards the top of the key and loses the ball, but then the Cougs get it right back and then stolen again. 3 steals in a row, and in for the jam is Chris King. A quick 4-0 advantage here for Chaminade as the Cougs find themselves down here early. Morton loses the ball in transition. Now 3-on-1. Alley-oop pass is too high. And here's Roland Banks. Gets off a 3. And now Rodriguez in the front court. Loose ball came all the way out to midcourt. Cougs playing frantically right now. Morton up and over. Won't get it to go. Rodriguez the offensive rebound. And now we'll look to get it back outside. Throsterson, a right wing 3. Won't go. Rebound by McDonald.
Now the one thing you'll watch is the rims are very soft here.
Chaminade quickly in transition again. King's shot won't go. And here comes Rodriguez. A fast pace. I don't know if this is what the Cougs want here in the early going. They're down 4-0. We've played just over 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're much better if we make them play defense.
Rodriguez down the line, left the scoop hand lane, and it goes. And that's a good sign for the Cougs if Rodriguez is going to be aggressive on the offensive end.
Yeah, a lot of times he's been looking to pass when he does that, but that time he takes it strong with the right hand.
King outside to his twin brother, Kent King, trying to drive on Throsterson. Puts up a mid-range jumper. That's good. 6-2, Chaminade here in the early going. We've played 2.5. Gamble on the inbounds play. Morton gets it in. And Morton will take it back here once again from Hildebrand as they try to set some offense. 2 out of 3 games so far this season, Chaminade has scored over 100 points. Lob pass inside, Hildebrand down low, and will get the foul. We'll go to the line for 2. Is that going to be called on Medina? Yes, it's going to be Medina with the foul. That's his first. Second team foul for Chaminade.
Now, this has been a strong point for us throughout our games here in the non-conference is the free throw line. And Simon's been the one that's been really good at it.
79% for the Cougs so far here on the season. And you jinxed him, Craig, because he misses the first one there. Hildebrand, 87.5% so far on the season, but misses the first. Let's see if he can get the second one here to drop. Cougs looking for their third point here in the early going of this ball game. And that one is true for Simon. And it's 6-3 now. Chaminade still here with the lead. Chris King, let's go over 3. No pass on the play, and Hildebrand will chase down the rebound as he went out to guard that 3-point attempt. Rodriguez now working against a double team. In a bit of a trouble, and he throws it away. He can't get it to Morton. No look pass ahead to Kent King. Goes up over Hildebrand, won't get it to go. Throsterson with the rebound. Cougs need to take care of the basketball. A couple quick early turnovers here against this Chaminade press. Rodriguez now breaks it himself. 4-on-2 now in the front court. Over to Okafor, up high. Too strong on the shot, and they're going to call a foul underneath. I believe it's going to be on Roland Banks. They say they got him down low on the thigh. It is indeed on Banks. That's his first foul. Third team foul here now for the Cougs. So if anything, that is the one early factor so far, is 3 fouls here on Chaminade, 1 on each of their starters.
Yeah, and Banks might not have touched ND on that, but he got under him enough where the official thought it was dangerous for ND leaving his feet.
Okafor misses his first free throw attempt. He's actually been better, much better than last season so far. Came in at 67% on the year. Let's see if the second one will fall for ND, and that rattles out as well. So the Cougs 1 for 4 from the free throw line after we just said 79% as a team so far this season.
Yeah, the turnovers have cost us too, and we can't play at a frantic pace.
Right, already 3 turnovers here for the Cougs in the early going. Outside to Fletcher McDonald, and we're going to get a foul on Hildebrand. That's his first on the block.
And that's what I was talking about, pressure and contain. That time Simon comes out on a guy that's not going to shoot. All he had to do was contain, and you don't have to be overly aggressive.
Chris King goes to the bench. Into the game for the first time is Brandon Haddock, 6'1" guard out of Southlake, Texas, who transferred from Utah. Triggers the inbounds pass to Nate Sasser III, who's also in the ballgame for the first time. He goes right to the rack, and we're going to get another blocking call, and this is going to be on Hildebrand again. So 2 quick fouls here for Simon Hildebrand, and in comes Emily Yalaho for the Cougs. So not what you wanted to see there from your starting big man. 2 fouls in the space of about 10 seconds of game action here, Craig.
Yeah, Simon plays very well on the offensive end, especially when he's got his back to the basket, and has been very helpful coming off the bench, obviously starting for the injured Igbu. But, yeah, YE's going to be very important in this ball game to calm us down and kind of get us going offensively.
Sasser rattles home the first free throw. He's a 50% shooter on this season. Sasser, a 6'7" junior forward out of West Palm Beach, Florida, who came from Casper College to Chaminade. Second one for him rattles out. ND Okafor with the rebound. And Chaminade, even off the miss, still in the press. ND turns it over in the front court. He's going to get whistled for a foul. So the full court press really, really bothering the Cougs here in the early going. That's 4 quick turnovers.
Yeah, and ND, I don't know why he put the ball on the floor when he got the rebound off the missed free throw. The point guard or Tomas would be probably another guy to relieve that pressure. There was no reason for ND to put it on the floor and then make a silly foul. We got to have him in the ballgame.
Haddock makes the first free throw for Chaminade, and it's now 8-3. Biggest lead of the game here so far for the Cougs, who have just 1 field goal in almost 4 minutes of playing time. Haddock's second one misses. Okafor with another rebound gets it into Morton. And again, despite the miss, Chaminade still showing full court press. Get it across to Rodriguez. Inside to Okafor misses the dunk, though. Went up for the big one-hand jam, and it rattles out. A beautiful no-look pass from Rodriguez, and the Cougs can't cash in. Still 8-3. The Division II Chaminade Silver Swords with the lead over Washington State. Outside, Haddock lets go of a three. That's going to miss. Morton controls the rebound, and he'll look to push. Puts up a floater in the lane, a little too strong. Okafor with the rebound, and he gets it up and good. First points for ND Okafor, and the Cougs have their second field goal, 8-5. Maybe the Cougs now can finally settle down here a little bit.
Well, they break the press. They got numbers.
Kent King lets go of a three and splashes it home. He's got 5, and the lead is 6 for Chaminade, 11-5. Adria Rodriguez all the way down to the paint. Okafor for a two-hand jam, that time off the assist from Rodriguez, and it's 11-7. And now Cougs showing full court press. Morton misses the steal. Here comes Medina the other way. Now into the half-court setting. King going to the rack, now kicking outside. Haddock up fake for a three, gets fouled by Rodriguez from behind. He got Rodriguez kind of into the air. Rodriguez tried to block it from behind, but will get called for the foul. We're going to have our first media timeout. It's been a frantic start here in Maui as Chaminade leads Washington State by a count of 11-7. We'll be right back. You're listening to the Cougar Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Andre Gabriel.
I'm Dara Peters.
And I'm Tasia Sniffen. We're cheerleaders on the WC Spirit Squad.
Meet Krista Gross, the realtor who supports students like us with NIL sponsorships and resources to help us succeed.
She's dedicated, relentless, and always puts her clients first, just like a true Coug.
With award-winning service and a passion for helping people, Krista is the ultimate coach for home buyers and sellers.
Support her because she supports us. You can find her online at KristaGross.com. That's Krista with the K, KristaGross.com.
Go Cougs!
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Athletics and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been there to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
All right, welcome back to the Lahaina Civic Center. Washington State trailing Chaminade 11-7. We've played 5 minutes and 19 seconds. And Craig, the one thing that stands out on the stat sheet so far, 4 turnovers for Washington State, 0 for the Silver Swords.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, we've been very lucky because they've only had 3 points off of those turnovers. So they're having their troubles too. But, yeah, we just have to be patient and not get frantic when they do trap us in the backcourt.
And we're seeing that immediate trap off the inbounds pass. The way to beat that always is to find someone in the middle of the court. We've only seen the Cougs make that pass effectively one time so far, and it led to an easy fast break.
It did, and yeah, it's what I said. You got to be aware that when the double team comes, their hands are going to be up. So the other time, Audrey, I saw do this step through the double team. That's why you can. That's why you'll get out of that double team.
Hey, Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose Chill, official partner of WSU Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. So Haddock is at the line here for it's going to be 3 free throws, I believe, getting fouled on the 3. First one is good. He's 2 for 3 at the line here so far in the early going. He had 8 points. That's his season high in the win over Western Washington in their last time out. Second one is also good, so it's 13-7. And Chaminade can create their biggest lead of the game if he cashes in on this one. It is also good. So 14-7. The other big difference here has been the free throw shooting. Chaminade 4 of 6. Washington State 1 of 4. Cougs break this press easily here with Ace Glass. He's going to put it right up and in. So just into the ball game, and the freshman immediately breaks the press himself and goes all the way to the rack.
Ace Glass III comes in rolling for the Cougars and takes it all the way down the floor.
Career high 20 points last time out against Southern Utah. Baseline jumper for Bryson Shackelford into the game for the first time. I think you're going to live with that shot if you're Washington State, but it's 16-9.
Yeah, again, if they get it right there, they're going to look to shoot, so we got a rebound.
Man-to-man pressure here by Chaminade. Cougs trying to go to work. Frosterson hasn't scored yet in this ball game. 12 on the shot clock here for Washington State. Ace Glass trying to reset the offense here. Now 8 on the shot clock. Looking inside for Yalaho. Going to go to work. Baby hook with the right hand, up and good. First bucket for the Texas Tech transfer, and it's 16-11. Cougs finally now into double digits.
Yeah, and he made that play because he was working. He had a mismatch, and he tried very hard to get the Ace's attention, and he finally did.
Chris King, a lot of dribbling down in the corner. Here's Mikhail Weiss, blocked by Yalaho. Now looking for an outlet, finds Glass. Cougs can cut this lead to 3 or 2 with a three-pointer. Inside, Okafor, double team, up strong, but they say he traveled first. Didn't have room to put the ball on the deck as he was immediately double teamed by both Chris King and Bryson Shackelford. So that's turnover number 5 here on Washington State, but a good look in to the big fella.
Yeah, ND was right in the middle of the paint and had the guy on his backside, but the double team came, and yeah, you're right. He couldn't put that one dribble that he needed to get him to the hoop.
Token pressure here by the Cougs, and Haddock just kind of slips and falls. The ball was on the ground for a while, but King is able to get it. Here is Mikhail Weiss, now back over to Chris King. Looking to drive pretty much every time out. He's a very aggressive offensive player. Now trying to get around Throsterson, loses it. Cougs have numbers if they can push. Throsterson into the front court, charging hard to the rack, picks up the ball. He lost it for a second, gets it back and puts it in. First bucket for Tomas, and the Cougs back within 3 now, 16-13. Seems like they've settled down a little bit.
Yeah, and I really think the bench, Ace and
Yalaho,
coming in.
Weiss, let's go for a 3. Long rebound, though, out to Sasser. His shot bounces up high into the air and then falls through. 3 points for Sasser, and we're going to get an offensive foul called on Ace Glass. They're going to say he pushed off on Bryson Shackelford. He did have the forearm up, Craig, but not a whole lot of contact there.
No, there wasn't, and there was a lot of acting going on, but the official is counting the ball in and then looking. And now he just saw the defender, go backward, and Ace being the culprit.
All right, so first foul on Ace Glass, and that's going to be the 5th team foul here on Washington State. Chaminade inbounding from underneath to Medina in the corner. He had 34 points in their game against Alaska Fairbanks. Here's now is Sasser looking for another mid-range jumper. That one won't go. Ball bounced around, goes right to Fletcher McDonald. It's still being tossed around. Chaminade comes down with it again. They just wanted more here so far in the early going. Medina, corner 3, and he knocks it home. That's his first bucket of the ball game. It's 21-13. Chaminade, 8-point lead after the Cougs had cut it to 3. Now to the front court. Ace Glass out to Yalaho. EY for 3. That's a little bit too strong. Throsterson was challenging Medina, and it's going to be off Medina's hands, out of bounds. And we're going to take another media timeout here with 11:53 to play here in the first half. The Cougs have not led in this game. They trail Chaminade 21-13. We're back with more on the Cougar Sports Network.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
A mission that matters. A place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We've played a little more than 8 minutes here in Maui, and the Cougs trail by 8 to the home team, the Chaminade Silver Swords. And Craig, the Cougs lead in points in the paint 12-6, but the problem is getting it there has been difficult because of the full court press from Chaminade.
Yeah, when we've beaten the press, we've gotten the numbers and we've gotten our points by getting to the paint. And we just cannot be frantic or undecisive when you catch the ball after they double team you. Calm, collected, that'll get you past and get you the numbers.
All right, Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards program. To join the program, visit wsucougars.com/Toyota Rewards. Back out on the court now for the Cougs. Ace Glass, joined by Emily Yalaho, Reeve Vavers, Jerome Morton, and Tomas Throsserson. So a little bit of a smaller lineup here for Craig, but maybe a better ball handling lineup.
Better ball handling, and what Ace did when he broke the press, take it all the way. You can't stop. Once you get past midcourt, you got to keep going, and he did.
All right, Ace Glass will inbounds from underneath the Cougars' basket. Looking inside for Throsserson, and he loses it. Gets tapped away by Medina. Quickly into the front court, around Reeve Vavers, and scores. Reeve left his feet, and Medina made him pay.
Yeah, I mean, he gave a little hesitation, and that made Reeve get off of his feet, like you said.
Here's Ace Glass on the left wing. This Chaminade fans being loud, very vocal here in the Lahaina Civic Center. Glass, let's go from a three. That's going to be a little strong. And it's Kent King with the rebound. Really tough to tell the twin brothers apart. Over to his brother Chris King. Now going to work on Throsserson again. He loves to back down in the paint. Puts up a tough shot. That's not going to go. Yalaho, the rebound. Cougs have numbers if they want to work it. Dangerous pass there, and it just wasn't needed by Norton. 3-on-1 now for Chaminade. King to King for the layup. Cougs are down by 12 points here in Maui. 25-13. They had cut it to just 3, but it's a 9-0 run for Chaminade. In the corner, Morton looking inside for Yalaho. Can't find him. Reeve Vavers, long three, going to be a little bit too strong, and collecting the rebound is Kent King. Cougs really in trouble here if they can't handle the pressure and can't get shots to fall. Medina, another hesitation dribble around Throsserson and gets it to drop. He's got 7 points. It's an 11-0 run for Chaminade, and they lead by 14 points. And we have a timeout on the court, and I think we might have a technical on the Cougar bench. What are we saying here?
I don't know. I think the official blew his whistle thinking it was that David had called the timeout.
Okay. Maybe a misunderstanding. I thought maybe they were calling a technical or some kind of bench warning on Washington State, but not the case. Nevertheless, though, Craig, an 11-0 run over the last minute and 45 seconds. Chaminade made 4 of their last 5 field goals, and the Cougs haven't scored a point in the last 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Full court press once again, and why not? It's been working. Parker Garrett's in the ballgame for the first time. Stolen by Medina. Lazy pass. He's got 9 now, and finally Dave Riley takes a timeout. It is 29-13. Just when it seemed like the Cougs had settled down, they now don't know what hit them.
No, and again, just some simple things. Now, yeah, that was a mistake by Parker, but also Ace needs to come back to the ball, and that's the other thing. And then now we're just looking at each other like, oh, it's your fault, my fault. You got to get this out of your mind right now.
And Craig, it's kind of interesting because you just don't see a lot of teams in a constant full court press trapping the way Chaminade does. It's just maybe some of these guys haven't seen a lot, at least not this season.
No, there are 3 that start in the press are very quick and long armed. So you got to be just as quick as them and not allow them to trap you.
All right, Hildebrandt and Okafor back on the floor now with Parker Garrett's, Reeve Vavers, and Ace Glass for Washington State. Cougs have got to find a way to break this press and settle down and not turn the ball over. They're now at 9 first half turnovers. They get it across the timeline. Favors now over to Garrett's left wing to Ace Glass. Asking for somebody to come set him a screen, but Okafor wants the ball in the post. He gets it now. Looks like Chaminade might be in a bit of a zone here. Ace Glass with 8 on the shot clock now. Long dribble, now gets into trouble. Hildebrandt sets for 3, and it's too strong. Almost missed everything. Garrett's controls it, but it didn't hit rim, so it's a shot clock violation on Washington State.
Boy, are
we are all out of sorts. Adria
Discombobulated.
Rodriguez coming back into the ballgame now for Ace Glass. It looked to me, unless it was simply a case of Roland Banks camping out in the paint, that Chaminade might have switched to a 2-3 zone on that last possession, and the Cougs failed to recognize it, at least in the early going.
And they're switching everything. So, Fletcher got switched out onto Ace, and we did not use that mismatch very well.
A 13-0 run for Chaminade. They lead by 16. Cougs have not led in this ballgame. Medina, Euro step, throws up a wild shot, and it's tipped in by Fletcher McDonald over the back of Okafor, and it's now a 15-0 run.
Well, Parker gets beat, and that makes ND come over, and that allows Fletcher to tip it in.
Cougs break the press. Favors, wing 3, and finally breaks the streak. Favors splashes home his first points of the game, and it's 31-16.
I like our pressure, but contain. Don't gamble. We get back into it by causing them to take bad shots on offense.
Medina lets go of a long 3. He's feeling it, but that one won't go. That was sort of a heat check type of thing. And here comes the Cougs with a chance to make a little more of a dent into this lead. Hildebrandt up fakes on the 3. Now back out up top to Rodriguez. Rodriguez off the screen from Favors. Gets around one King and will draw the foul. That's going to be the first foul on Kent King in this ball game. 5th team foul. Make it 4th team foul.
And you're right about the Silver Swords defense. They are playing a zone. It's like a matchup zone. So switching everything, and it's causing problems for us.
David Riley with hands on his hips near midcourt. Can't believe what he's seeing here in the early going. Rodriguez having trouble getting the ball in. And they're going to call an offensive foul on Parker Garrett's as he was jostling with Brandon Haddock out near midcourt on the long inbound pass in. Parker can't believe it. And that's 2 offensive fouls called on inbounds plays against the Cougs. Also 16 fouls, so the next one in Chaminade's in the bonus. Here's Sasser for 3. That won't go. Favors with the rebound.
And see if we contain like
and
that.
Here they go again with the trap. Despite a missed field goal, and it's Chris King with the foul this time. 15 foul on Chaminade.
Yeah, if you put the ball above your head on a double team and go backwards, they've got you. If you stay low and to keep the ball right at your chest and step through the double team, you'll be able to see.
All right, Rodriguez being guarded by Roland Banks II. Gets it across the timeline, off the screen from Okafor, loses the ball. He's still kind of out of sorts with it. And another steal for Chaminade. Rodriguez with just sloppy ball handling there. Here's Sasser underneath, puts up a shot, won't go. Okafor with the rebound. Garrett comes to get it, and we got a foul in the backcourt. That's going to be on Sasser. So 3 quick fouls on Chaminade, and they're up to 16 fouls here as well. So both teams will be in the bonus after the next foul.
Yeah, their defense is just being quick and standing up. So if you get lower than them, you play the game low to high, and I believe we can get better looks of breaking the press. And then once we get in half court, we cannot dribble right to them.
Rodriguez has a 3-on-2 if he wants it. Over to Okafor, outside Favors. He hit 1 3 already. How about another? Ring it up. Favors back-to-back 3s, and the Cougs are back within 12 here, 31-19. We've got 8 minutes left here in the first half in Maui.
And that's the way you got to play.
Trying to go to work on the much taller Hildebrandt. Now it's Bryson Shackelford outside. Kent King answers with a 3 of his own. He's into double figures with 10. Rodriguez across the timeline. Now going down the paint. Loses the ball again, and it's going to be Did a Chaminade player touch it?
Yep.
I didn't see the signal. All right.
Yep.
It'll be Cougs ball when we return, but they're down by 15 still here in Maui against the Silver Swords of Chaminade, 34-19. We've got 7:33 to play here in the first half. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do lists one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the Elson Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Welcome back to the Lahaina Civic Center here in Maui, and it has been a flummoxing start here for David Riley and the Washington State Cougars. 12 first-half turnovers against this high-pressure Chaminade press here, Craig Elo.
Yeah, and again, once they get into their offense, I mean, all they're doing, they've taken the advantage in the paint, 16-12. If we just stay in front of our man defensively where Indeed doesn't have to come over and help and then have them clean up the shot, it's just some little things that will get you back in. Now, yeah, they had a 13-0 run. We can do the same thing, but we can't be playing all frantic and head case.
At the 12:52 mark here in the first half, the Cougs cut the lead to 3 at 16-13. Since then, it's an 18-6 run for Chaminade and 15-0 in the middle of that since Reeve Avers has had 2 threes for the Cougs as of late, and it's 34-19 is where the game stands right now. Cougs on the season averaging 10 turnovers a game. They've already got 12 here in the first half, so just not taking care of the basketball against the press. Ace Glass looking at inbound, can't find anybody, now gets it into EY, Emily Yalahu. Here comes a double team, looks to get out of it. Throsterson now presses into the key, out to Glass. Glass 2 dribbles, tries to Euro step, loses the ball. That's turnover number 13. And Chaminade running with numbers again. Medina puts up a 3, won't go. Yalaho with the rebound. Up to Vavers. Cougs have numbers if they want it. Vavers outside, Ace Glass. Thought about a 3, puts it on the deck, now launches one, won't go. Vavers offensive rebound, could have put it up over the smaller Medina. Now steps outside for 3. Vavers looking for a 3rd, won't go. Throsterson up strong, too strong, won't go. Scramble underneath, and it is King who comes up with it. Kent King, and now pushes into the front court. Cougs had 3 cracks at it, couldn't get it to drop. Bryson Shackelford, nice cut to the basket by Haddock, and he's fouled on the way up. Is that going to be on Glass? I think he got his arm on the way up. It is. Ace Glass picks up his 2nd foul. That's the 7th team foul, but that was shooting, so he's going to go to the line for 2 anyway.
Tomas looks a little rusty right now for the Cougars, having missed the last game on the ankle. And yeah, normally he would put that shot in that he just missed.
Might have been surprised at how little resistance he had underneath. So Haddock's got 5 points, all of them coming at the line. He's 5 of 6. Here's his next free throw, and that's up and good as well. He was only 60% coming into the game, but he's 6 of 7 here so far. And it's 36-17, and the Cougs throw it away again. Yalaho was expecting Throsterson to go towards the middle of the court. Throsterson hadn't made his move yet, and it goes out of bounds right towards David Riley for turnover number 14 here in the first half. We haven't even played 14 minutes, Craig.
And that is all Tomas's fault. I meant that was the right play by EY to get the ball where he threw it.
Medina gets into the paint. Baseline jumper put up there by Shackelford. That's the second time he's hit that. And Chaminade is doubling up the Cougs at 38-19.
And not only that, again, once you get the basketball, you got to come meet it and be strong with the ball.
So no foul, just out of bounds on the baseline. Cougs are down almost 20 here in the first half. Nobody expecting this.
Ball!
Inbounds to Yallahu, quick double team. They were waiting for it. Now to Throsterson. Into the front court, being guarded by the much smaller Medina. Hands it off to Glass, top of the key. Ace backs out with the dribble. Vavers in the corner to ND Okafor. 13 on the shot clock. Okafor got called for a push-off. Shackelford sold it, but as Okafor went into his spin move, he got the forearm up, and that's another offensive foul. I believe that's 3 offensive foul calls here on the Cougs, all for that forearm extension. Turnover number 15 on Washington State. Because of the turnovers, Craig, Chaminade's put up 9 more shots than the Cougs, 29-20.
Yeah, that's all missed opportunities for us to get a shot at the basket.
38-19, just over 6 minutes to play here in the first half in Maui. Medina puts up a wild shot blocked by Throsterson, but they say he got him with the body, I guess, going up. That's the first foul on Throsterson, but a 9th team foul now, and Medina with a big smile as he heads to the charity stripe for 2, where he's making 87.5% for the season.
Yeah, and again, just an error in Tomas's defense. He's standing straight up, guarding a smaller guy that's quicker. You got to stay down low.
Medina's first shot is way off the mark. Surprising, given how well he shot the ball here in the early going. So again, it's a 27-0 run here for Chaminade and a 22-6 run over the last 6.5 minutes. Medina's second one is up and good. He's got 10 points. 2 players in double figures for Chaminade. Cougs can't even get the ball in here. Almost a 5 count. Hildebrandt had to come back from mid-court just to get it. Now to Throsterson, ahead to Morton, 2-on-1 here with Yalaho. Goes in for the layup. Can't get it to go, but we're going to have a foul, and that's going to be on Bryson. Nope. Foul on Chris King instead. That's his second, and Yalaho will go to the line for 2. Cougs have only shot 4 free throws so far compared to 11 for Chaminade.
And right now our press break is the 2 guards are above the free throw circle line, and the 2 Silver Sword defenders are just waiting to take both of them. They're just crossing, and they just switch, and it makes it hard, so you bring someone up the sideline and help, but we have not done that.
Haven't seen a home run pass either off that press. Yalahu's second one is up and good as well. He's still perfect on the season. He's got 4 points off the bench here in this ballgame. 39-21, 5 minutes and 47 seconds to play here in the first half from the Lahaina Civic Center. David Riley barking out instructions to his team. Chaminade now with 15 on the shot clock. In the corner to Haddock, drives baseline, now to Shackelford, and Throsterson tried to draw a charge. Instead, he gets called for his second personal foul. And I think Chaminade will go to the line for 2, or excuse me, for a 1-and-1.
Now, we were in a 1-2-2 press, diamond press. We slowed them down. Then we got into half court. We dropped back into a 1-2-2 zone. But Hildebrandt goes out and tries to guard the guy on the perimeter. That's the shot we got to make them take. We can, and if you just go out and get your hand up and contest the shot, that's what we want them to do. But by going out there and not being in a good defensive position, the little guy goes around him and puts the pressure on us in the paint.
Haddock's first free throw is good. Second one up now, and that misses the mark. But Boy, a lot of contact underneath. I thought it was going to be another foul on the Cougs. They say it was off of Bryson Shackelford on the loose ball. Haddock's got 7 points, all of them from the charity stripe, 7 of 9. It's 40-21 here.
Now
Pretty much everything that could go wrong for the Cougs has gone wrong so far in this first half.
Yeah, and like right now, all these two Silver Swords are going to do is when Tomas comes, just switch. So Tomas has to come back, and he did.
And you almost wonder why they don't just ask for the lob over the top of him, too, right? All right, Morton now in the front court, off a screen from Yalaho. Now up top to Throsterson, swings it over to Glass. Now Hildebrandt. Had Yalaho in the post if he wanted it, but it couldn't find him. Morton now driving baseline, going underneath for the reverse layup. Nifty drive there by Jerome Morton, his first points of the ball game. It's 40-23.
Now one stop at a time is all we need to do and make them take tough shots.
The Cougs can get this down to 10 or 12 before halftime. I think they'll feel much better about themselves, but instead Banks goes right to the bucket and Banks in the layup. He's got 4, and it's back to 19.
Yeah, I mean, that is just pure defense, poor
Throsterson down the line, and he lays it up with the right hand. 4 points for Throsterson, 42-25. Cougs need to get stops, though.
Stops, no gamble. See, there's a gamble out
Kent
top.
King puts up a wild shot and gets it to go. He's got 12 points now to lead all scorers. 44-25. Still in that full court press. 3-on-2 now for the Cougs as they break it. Ace Glass inside. Throsterson goes up. No foul call. They say he stripped it from his hands, but he was standing out of bounds when he tried to corral was Sasser underneath, so it's still Cougs ball. Down 19, though, 44-25.
Yeah, they're just getting out-hustled and outplayed right now by the effort by the Silver Swords.
The turnover stat is incredible, Craig. It's 15-1 in that department. Inbounds to Yalaho. Thinking about backing down on Bryson Shackelford. Now double team. Inside. Morton found some room, puts up a tough shot, gets it to go off the glass. Should have been an and one. They didn't call it. The bucket still goes, and it's a 17-point lead now. Still, the Cougs finding a little bit more luck in the half court. Sasser going to work on Hildebrandt, misses everything by a mile. And here comes Ace Glass. 44-27, 3:42 to play here first half. Up top, Yalaho. Morton wants it again. Boy, Throsterson's got a big advantage inside. Ace Glass puts up a deep three, and he banks it in, or he makes it. First three for Glass, and the Cougs now finally showing some life. And the Cougar faithful here coming to life a little bit. They haven't had much to cheer about.
I love our pressure, but just contain. Don't let him get by you. Stay down.
Cougs have made their last 4 field goal attempts inside Shackelford. That's what you can't have. Easy bucket inside for the 6'5" forward out of Folsom, California. Cougs kind of gambled in the half court again, and Chaminade knew right where to go with it. 46-30, 3 minutes to play. Morton backs out the dribble on the left wing, now to Yalaho. Up top, Throsterson being much more aggressive offensively. Went and found, we got a block underneath. So Throsterson was driving before his kick out to Ace Glass. We got a foul underneath. It's going to be on Brandon Haddock. That is his first and the 8th team foul, I believe. So we're going to have an under 4-minute timeout. Cougs are going to be going to the free throw line when we return. It's 46-30. Cougs trail Chaminade here in Maui. You're listening to the Cougar Sports Network. Y'all hear, do we go to timeout?
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold, so you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So, crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
On game day, Pullman heads to the Lumberyard Food Hall. Enjoy burgers and drinks from Timber, island favorites from Island Grill, and bold Colombian flavors from Mi Rinconcito Colombiano. And when the sun goes down, dancing every Friday and Saturday night, 18 and older after 10 p.m. There's something for everyone at the Lumberyard Food Hall in downtown Pullman.
Turnovers continue to tell the story here in Maui. The Cougs have coughed it up 15 times, and Chaminade has a 15-point advantage in points off of turnovers at 17-2. You're down 16. That's almost the whole difference right there, Craig.
That's the biggest difference in the world, and I mean, they have forced us to play like we haven't had been pressed before, and it's showing. And yeah, if we could just settle down, and if we make the first pass in on the press and the other pass up the floor, we got numbers and we can score. And they're getting all the paint touches they want by layups, by beating our men on defense.
WSU fans, want to support the team just by paying your phone bill? Switch to Cougs Mobile today at CougsMobile.com on the T-Mobile 5G network. And I guess the Cougs asked to switch spots here before the free throws by Tomas Throsterson. First one rattles out. That's what you can't do. When you get to the line in the bonus, you can't miss your free throws.
Yep.
So they're still down 16 here with 2:42 to play here in the first half. Cougs now showing more pressure on the defensive end. But Chaminade not terribly bothered. And we're going to have another call on a bump by Throsterson. That's number 3 on the sophomore from Iceland, and you're going to send Haddock right back to the line.
Yeah, and I got to say, Tomas has not played this poorly all season long. He had the ankle that he rolled was a couple of games ago, I believe the UW game, so he's definitely showing signs of rust.
Haddock has now missed his last 2 from the charity stripe. He's 7 of 10, though. He shot 10 free throws on his own. The Cougs have shot 7 as a team.
And he's a bench.
Yeah.
Bench player.
Next one by Haddock is up and good. So the lead goes back to 17 here. So we've got Glass, Morton, Rodriguez, Yalaho, and Vaver. So again, going with a small lineup, smaller lineup, I guess I should say. Glass triggers it into Rodriguez. Now over to Morton.
Now see, they're like everybody else. They're backing off on the pressure because they're tired.
Up top to Vavers. Rodriguez swings to Glass. Glass backs out the dribble, picks it up, now over to Rodriguez. Rodriguez up top to Yalaho, has Glass in the corner, thought about putting up the 3, and now will drive baseline. Glass steps through, reverse layup is up and good. Ace Glass, 7 points off the bench here for Washington State. He leads them in scoring now, and here goes Medina right around Glass, Euro step, kicks out. Banks thought about the 3, he Euro steps inside, blocks is king. Rodriguez thought he had it, and now we got a foul on Chaminade, and that's going to send Rodriguez to the line. So kind of a wild sequence there once again. I didn't see who came up with the block underneath.
I think it was EY.
EY with the block, okay.
And then I love the decision Ace Glass made down here. It was a mismatch with Fletcher, their big guy on him. And you're right, he looked at the 3, but he then drove and did a nice little reverse.
Well, here's the weirdest stat, and I'm not going to try to jinx him here, but Adrio Rodriguez
not made a lot
from the line this season, just 1 for 7. So I'm going to give him the reverse jinx here because I think that's got to come out of it right now. And the first one is up and good. So Rodriguez now has 3 points. He's only been charged with 1 of the turnovers for the Cougs so far, but you'd like to see him be a little more decisive with the ball in his hands. And the second one is up and good as well. So that free throw percentage is on the up and up now, and it's a 13-point ball game. Really the closest the Cougs have been here in a while. And Haddock, boy, I thought he traveled near midcourt. They didn't call. All the Cougar fans are off their feet. Can't believe it wasn't called.
Don't.
And now we got an offensive foul here. They said they got him with the arm bar now.
Moving screen, actually.
Moving screen, is that what it was? Okay, so Chris King, third foul on him, so that's an interesting development for Chaminade.
And this is exactly what we want to do. If we can get this down below 10 by halftime, it gives us a lot of confidence coming out.
1:31 here to play in the half. Cougs trail by 13, 47-34. Here comes Adria Rodriguez being guarded by Nate Sasser III. Gets a high screen from Yalaho. Trying to find the big man down low. They can't get it to him, though. Glass into the paint, puts up a right-hand floater off the glass, and good for Glass. He's up to 9 points. He's been a big spark off the bench. Has the freshman that leads down to 11.
And actually give that credit to EY for...
Medina, a long three, and it's good. From well behind the arc, too. Long pass ahead to Vavers. Spin move down low, puts up the lane. It's blocked. Vavers gets his own rebound, and now we got a foul down low. It's going to be on Medina, I believe, for the reach. No, it's on 14, Haddock. That's his second. Cougs finally broke the pressure and threw the home run pass. Vavers had to go up high to get it, so he had to control himself first. First shot was no good. He got it back, and then they reached, and it's going to be a two-shot foul because both teams are now in the double bonus.
And I really think when he spun to go away, he should have stayed on the left side of the basket. When he spun, it allowed the other defender to catch up.
All right, we got a 30-second timeout here on the court, so we'll stay here live from Maui. And really, it's been Ace Glass has been leading this comeback here for the Cougs. The freshman off the bench, 4 of 6 from the field, 1 of 3 from behind the arc. He's got 9 points.
Yeah, that last basket where he had it on the wing, he was looking to get the ball into EY on the post, and he was guarded pretty tightly. And when EY stepped off the block, it opened up the middle for Ace to attack.
Craig, we talked about this being an opportunity for the Cougars bigs to take advantage of their size, but the truth is with the full press, we just haven't been able to get it from him. N.D. Okafor's got 4 points on 2 of 3 shooting. Simon Hildebrandt, 1 point on 0 for 1 from the field, and it's just been the pressure has not allowed us to get it down low inside.
We have not gotten south of or north of the midcourt line against this press, and you're right. If we could ever just break the press and get past it, then the bigs would be a factor.
That was Vavers' first free throw attempt of the season. It's up and good. He's got 7. Cougs down by 13 here at 50-37. Vavers, second one, also up and good. So he's got 8 points. He and Ace Glass leading the way for the Cougs out the bench. Now Cougs showing full court press with a little bit of a trap on the initial inbounds. Chaminade breaks, and here comes Medina. Medina, senior guard out of Long Beach, California, a transfer from Biola, 13 points. He had 34 in a game earlier this season. Puts up a long running floater, no good. Morton with the rebound, now spins out of a trap, breaks a double team. Here's Vavers for 3. He's got 2 already. Make it 3. Vavers with another big shot for the Cougs. He's up to 11 points, and the Cougs back within single digits here in the final seconds of the first half. Big shot for Marie.
Definitely, and I love it. And now all we got to do is just play good D and get a stop.
10 seconds to go before the half. Cougs almost had a steal. Here's Kent King calling off the defensive help. Step back jumper up and good for Kent King at the buzzer. Cougs had cut it to 9, but Chaminade will go into the locker room with an 11-point lead at 52-41. Cougs have some work to do here, Craig, but after being down by 19, they feel a little bit better at the count only being 11.
Yeah, and again, their depth is really shallow over there, and it's showing because the first 15 minutes or 10 minutes of the ball game, that's what hurt us, and now they're backing off, and once we get it into the half-court offense, we're doing better.
All right, halftime show is coming up after this. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at PullmanRegional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State. Partners in excellence.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
On game day, Pullman heads to the Lumberyard Food Hall. Enjoy burgers and drinks from Timber, island favorites from Island Grill, and bold Colombian flavors from Mi Rinconcito Colombiano. And when the sun goes down, dancing every Friday and Saturday night, 18 and older after 10 p.m. There's something for everyone at the Lumberyard Food Hall in downtown Pullman.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
20 minutes are in the books. Coming up, a first half recap, a look at the stats, plus scores from across college basketball. Now, it's time for the halftime report on the Cougar Sports Network.
All right, welcome back to the Lahaina Civic Center, where the Cougs have some work to do as they trail by a count of 52-41 to the home team, the Chaminade Silver Swords. And Craig, boy, they came out with full court pressure, and it really, really frustrated the Cougs.
It rocked us hard. I mean, we look like kindergartners out there trying to play, and it's very simple. And I don't know if they practice it enough in practice, but yeah, situationally, it looks like we didn't know what to do against the 1-2-2 press.
Chaminade led by as many as 20 points in that first half. I thought it was 19, but it was actually 20 with 5:59 to go. The Cougs cut it to single digits there right at the end before Kent King hit that step-back jumper just before the buzzer. But you're a lot more comfortable where you are right now at 11 than you would have been at 19 or 20.
Yeah, if you give up 52 points to a D2 team and you're down by 20 to them going into halftime, that's a different ball game. But, yeah, you're right. The Cougs, if we can keep them off the line, too, I mean, they're 10 of 15 there.
Yeah.
So.
The biggest thing that stands out, of course, is the turnovers. The Cougs coughed it up 15 times compared to just 2 for Chaminade, and thusly points off of turnovers is 17-4 in favor of the Silver Swords. Cougs shot it okay when they were able to shoot it 53.6% from the field, 15 of 28. They were 4 of 12 from 3, 7 of 11 from the line. But Chaminade just had 9 more shots than the Cougs because of that discrepancy in turnovers, and they shot 51%, including 36% from 3 on 4 of 11 from behind the arc. Leading the way for the Cougs are 2 guys off the bench. Rahards Favors, 11 points on 3 of 6 shooting, 3 threes, and Ace Glass, the freshman, 9 points on 4 of 6 shooting. He was 1 of 3 from behind the arc. Those guys really sparked the Cougs.
Yeah, our bench play, even last game, I think we outscored Southern Utah horribly. I think we had 49 points off the bench, and that was Ace, EY. And I got to credit EY for Ace's points, because it's been EY on the block drawing 2 defenders.
Sure.
And then once Ace guys starts driving, he clears out for him, and he draws 2 defenders away from him. So Ace is having a good game by that.
Cougs with only 17 points from their starting lineup, 4 points each for Okafor, Throsserson, Morton, and Rodriguez, and 1 from Hildebrand, who got into early foul trouble. Leading the way for Chaminade is the 14 points of Kent King on 6 of 7 shooting, and Nathan Medina, 13 points on 5 of 9 shooting. Each of them have a pair of threes. Medina also with 4 steals in this game. So Cougs trail it by 11 here at halftime in Maui as they look to avoid being upset by the Silver Swords. Your halftime show continues. We'll hear from Chris King after the break. This is the Cougar Sports Network.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, I'm Andre Gabriel.
I'm Dara Peters.
And I'm Tasia Sniffen. We're cheerleaders on the WC Spirit Squad.
Meet Krista Gross, the realtor who supports students like us with NIL sponsorships and resources to help us succeed.
She's dedicated, relentless, and always puts her clients first, just like a true Coug.
With award-winning service and a passion for helping people, Krista is the ultimate coach for home buyers and sellers.
Support her because she supports us. You can find her online at KristaGross.com. That's Krista with a K, KristaGross.com. Go Coug!
Since 1934, Hempler's has used only the leanest European pork bellies for its premium bacon made right here in the Pacific Northwest. Slow smoked over natural hardwood for a rich aroma, savory flavor, and a thick gourmet bite. It's no wonder Hempler's is America's leanest bacon and a longtime favorite of the Washington State Cougars. Hempler's, small batch crafted meats.
Time now to check scores from across college basketball. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
With our halftime coverage, again, Derek Dice and Craig Elo back at the Lahaina Civic Center. Cougs in Game 1 of what will be 3 games here in the Maui Invitational. If the Cougs able to hang on and win here tonight, they will advance to tomorrow to play the winner of the last game taking place here this evening at the Lahaina Civic Center between Arizona State and Texas. Again, if the Cougs win, they advance to play tomorrow. That game would tip off at 5 o'clock Pacific time. Again, that is if the Cougs hang on and win, with pregame coverage starting at 4:30. And then still TBD, depending on how the bracket all unfolds, for what time Washington State will play in their final game as part of the Maui Invitational. That will be on Wednesday. Again, time to be determined. Next time the Cougs will be back at home, David Riley and company will be at Beasley Coliseum on December 7th to take on Nevada. For the WSU women's basketball team, well, they are getting some sun right now. They played in Orlando. That was back on Sunday, falling to Missouri 71-54. They stay even a little further away from home as they are in St. Thomas right now, the U.S. Virgin Islands. In the Paradise Jam, they will play Miami of Ohio. That will be on Friday. Tip off at 2:30 Pacific time for Cami Etheridge and her squad. And then they will play on Saturday, depending on how things unfold, either LSU or Marist. For the Cougar football team, next up, it will be our final Cougar football hour of the year because of Thanksgiving. That's going to be moving this week from Thursday. Everyone can have Thanksgiving to enjoy that with their family, and you can get all set for the holiday with the Cougar football hour on Wednesday night. Same time as normal from 6 to 7 Pacific time. Love to have you join us at the Lumberyard in downtown Pullman. Our guest this week, of course, the head coach of the Cougs, Jimmy Rogers, as we will look back on that tight loss on the road to James Madison and then preview the final regular season game of the year as the Cougs are hosting Oregon State on Saturday. 3:30 kickoff, 1:30 is when our pregame coverage will begin. So on the Cougar football hour this week, it will be Jimmy Rogers and GM of the Cougar football program, Ricky Ciccone, and also Buda Paletti stopping by, defensive end for WSU. So that's from 6 to 7. You can hear it Wednesday, the Cougar football hour, right here on the Cougar Sports Network, and always available as well live, the video on Facebook Live. You can watch the video archived on the WSU Cougars YouTube page, or you can go back and listen to the podcast at any point. Just look up Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform, and it is up there there by the next day. Well, again, on the hardwood down in Maui, Washington State up at the break on Chaminade. We will take a timeout. When we return, it's back to the action. Derek Dice and Craig Elo will take you the rest of the way. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Toyotathon is on, and there's no better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like Camry. Now through December 1st, get 4.99 APR financing on new 26 Camrys, or lease a new 26 Camry LE with all-wheel drive for $329 a month, for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing, with approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details, or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Cougs trail 52-41 here in Maui against Chaminade. Let's tell you how we got there. Full court pressure by Chaminade really flummoxed the Cougs early. They found themselves down 11-5 early before the Cougs finally